What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
Hey, how you guys doing? You guys like to party? Yeah, I'm having like a live stream party tonight. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I talk about a bunch of stuff, and then everybody gets wasted at home and writes inappropriate things and offensive things in the chat. Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, there's already like 13 people here. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's happening. How's everybody doing? Happy Halloween, everyone. Happy Halloween. What the hell's going on in this world? I don't know, but happy Halloween. Who got the, as everybody knows, as everybody now knows, we're streaming on Rumble, on YouTube, on X, and on Locals. And when you like the stream, of course, when you subscribe to the channel, all that stuff, but of course, when you like the stream, you get free good karma from me. The Radio Baloney Good Karma. It's fantastic stuff. Testimonials every single night about how wonderful and what wonderful things the Radio Baloney Good Karma has done for people out there, good people out there, good-hearted people, good, hard-working, God-fearing people. But when you get the first like, it's not just one good karma. It could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, any number up to infinity, but it can't be infinity. Let's see. Spambot Fodder got the first like. The first like, good for you. That is tonight. That's quintuple good karma. Quintuple good karma, people. Fantastic stuff. Rosie's got number 2. That's quadruple good karma for you, Rosie. Very nice. Who else we got here? Anybody else telling us what their ranking is? Doesn't look like it yet. Oh, Izzy got number 5. That's 1.5 good karmas for you. Beautiful stuff. You guys aren't going to die because you like the stream. Only people who don't like the stream die. That's, I mean, I don't know. It can't hurt. It definitely can't hurt. All right. Now what are we doing? All right. Let's go through the menu, shall we? Let's go through the menu. This is what we're going to be talking about tonight. We'll go through everything so you guys know what's on the menu, and then we're going to go back to the chat for a little bit, and then we will get started. And by the way, we love noodles. We love noodles on this channel. All right. We're going to talk about Snap. We're going to, it's supposed to run out tomorrow, and then there's a bunch of crazy stuff going on around it, and people freaking out and saying they're going to loot and steal and break into your house. And we're going to go through this whole thing, and then there's, the Trump wants to filibuster, and it's just a lot of craziness going on. You got judges involved. Of course, everything that Trump does, they're against. Then we have some stuff. Here's this Asmongold guy. Apparently, he's like a huge internet guy, and he's going hard on he's going hard on not cutting the left any slack at all. And we're going to take a look at that. Very interesting stuff. Trump tariffs. Well, we've got Carney. Remember Carney, elbows up, and Pierre Poilievre will kneel before Donald Trump. Yeah, I think there was a bit of projection going on there. And it turns out that, well, Trump has revealed that Carney called him up to apologize to him for that stupid, idiotic ad that Doug Ford ran in the States. And here's the thing. Here's the rub on this. Mark Carney, if there is an election soon, he cannot run on being the elbows up guy again, the nationalist guy again, the tough on Donald Trump. I'll be tough on Donald Trump. Pierre will kneel before. He can't do that again. Carney cannot do that again. It obviously. I mean, every time we've seen Mark Carney with Donald Trump, he's just glowing. He seems to love Donald Trump. I've said many times, I'll say it again. It is the love that dare not get lower steel and aluminum tariffs. So we're going to get into this, the tariff stuff. Pierre Poilievre's got something to say about it, of course. We've actually got a lot of Canadian stuff in here tonight, so we're going to go through a bunch of this. I'll try and get through it without driving everybody crazy. You've got what is going on? Glamour Magazine UK. Isn't that supposed to be for women? These aren't women. That's the thing. They're not women, but apparently they're all like the women of the year or something. So anyway, J.K. Rowling is talking about that. We'll get into all that stuff. It's just crazy. And it's current year. So, in current year, you're not supposed to do that. In current year, you used to be supposed to do that. But now in current year, you're not. We're going to talk about, I think, do the Liberals want an election? Do they want like a Christmas election? They're kind of acting like it. I don't think it'll happen, but maybe. Canadian immigration, totally out of control. We'll get to that. That's something that every Western country is dealing with. We'll talk about the upcoming Carney budget, supposed to come out November 4th. Going to be a disaster. We'll just see what happens. Canada land claim. So after, I guess, just year after year of turning out a new communist red guard from our school system, our education system, every single year for decades, it turns out that like every institution which is filled with these red guard that have come out of the universities, every institution has gone completely batshit crazy, super far left, and we've got judges in the process of just giving away Canada, just giving it away. None of this can end well. We're going to talk about that. Let's see. Yeah, we've got Pierre Poilievre here telling actually a pretty funny, a little bit saucy of a joke. We'll get to that. I think you'll enjoy it. This is a propagandist that the media always goes to, Barbara Perry, who is a self-declared, self-described expert on hate, but only right-wing hate for some reason. Apparently, that's the only kind of hate and violence and extremism that exists, the right-wing kind. Interesting. Doesn't seem to be that way, but according to these just grifters who get money from the government to just to trick the public into believing what the government wants. Anyway, there's a story around this, and not so much of an expert after all, it seems, which we knew. Anyway, we've known that all along. Of course, we're going to do a bunch of memes. Look at all these crazy memes. What a bunch of nutcases we are. Let's do it. UK, there's a female. Yeah, for the people that will be listening to this, just in the audio only version, maybe tomorrow, it's a female cop. She's trying to bash a door open, and it's just not working because she's weak. Yeah, we've got actual British patriots starting to just assert themselves and just saying, look, this is insane. Everything is insane. Just listen, just describing reality accurately, which people have been afraid to do for a long time. So we're going to do some stuff on the UK. We've got Woke Canada, of course. Apparently, the Liberals want to make the Bible illegal. So the Bible will just be, I guess, just quoting the Bible will be a hate crime in Canada soon. That's Liberal Minister Mark Miller seems to want to do that. This is what he's saying here. We have something from we won't deal much with this, but the Kash Patel saying the FBI thwarted a potential terrorist attack. I'm sure more information will come out about that, but there's no real details yet. We'll just touch on that very quickly. I've got this Sopranos, The Next Generation. Somebody, this EM Laos, started putting The Sopranos into Star Trek The Next Generation episodes, and it's pretty damn funny. We're going to take a look at a couple of these. Far left extremism. Yeah, so insurrection, Democrat activists planning DC takeover. These people are crazy. They're just bonkers. Gender ideology, we're going to touch on that, of course, because it's crazy. Andrew Doyle says violence has become normalized with trans activism. Well, that's just simply true. We'll talk about that. Liberal spending, we're going to go through. This is a continuing, hold on a second. This is a continuing thing on this channel. Hold on, let me refine that again. Where did that go? There we go. Okay. It's a continuing feature on this of just the insane ways that the liberal government spends money. We're going to go through that. Then we have the last tab of the evening. We've got some comedy on here. We've got a bunch of, we've got the JD Vance. He's doing the meme for Halloween. It is awesome. JD Vance is great. He's just great. I think he's hilarious. Look at that. He's doing the meme for Halloween. It's awesome. Look at I love it. We got some Ad Coulter in there. We've got, we've just got a bunch of stuff. We've got some palate cleanser stuff in here. Maybe some stuff that's AI that, I don't know, it's hard to tell these days. We got some funny stuff. Anyway, it's all going to be very, very productive for all of us for our Halloween party evening, even though it's kind of just like a normal stream. All right. Should I just go and do like an ad already? Like, why not? Why not just start? Let's see what they got for me. Let's do the crypto.com ad. Let's just go for it. Why not? Let's be clear. Cryptocurrency is no longer emerging. It's here. And this latest move cements that reality in the biggest way yet. Trump Media Group just inked a massive $6.4 billion deal with Crypto.com, the world's top crypto platform. They're teaming up to scoop up $6.4 billion in CRO, the powerhouse token that fuels fast, low-fee DeFi, staking rewards, and real-world perks like cashback on your spends, to launch America's first CRO treasury. When it's done, this new company will be the biggest CRO holder out there. Want in on the action? Head to crypto.com. That's crypto.com today and grab some CRO. Let's make crypto great again. Great again. Great again. Great again. All right, let's get to the chat. What the hell? Why not? Let's just do this. Judo Survivor says top of the eighth, LA at bat, leading game 3. Well, I think I missed most of the game because I started prepping for the live stream at like 4:30 or 4:45 or something. But I have been kind of popping in. I watched a little bit right before we started the stream, and I think it was heading to the top of the ninth, I think, at that point, wasn't it? I don't know. Let me scooch down to the end of the chat and see if anybody's updated me. Not that I care that much, I got to be honest, but it would be nice to know. Is it over? Is the game over? I don't know. Let's see. Rosie says that Weather Channel says Alberta and East Tennessee are the same temperature right now, so it must be very cold. It's East Tennessee right now. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says Bill Gates says climate change is no longer a threat to humanity. You can sleep easy now. I did see that. He says, well, it's still happening and, it's still a problem, but it's not going to end humanity. Well, thanks for that. By the way, the oceans aren't rising. At least not at the catastrophic rate that we were told, I don't know, 30 years ago. Yeah, so that's for weirdly, like people like Obama kept buying beachfront property, ocean property, even though, and like Bill Gates too, like even though apparently it was all going to be underwater soon. Florida was supposed to be well underwater by now, according to Al Gore, wasn't it? Yeah, this is something we're just going to have to get over. Not that Mark Carney is going to. Soundbot says, "Hey Richie, don't know where this would be on X, but here on Rumble is a Rebel News segment, 6 minutes on it's a separatist referendum." Yeah, okay, well maybe we'll take a look at that later if we got time, because I've got a lot of stuff racked up here. Let's see. Hold on. I wasn't late. For the Survivor, trick or treat, give me all your candies now. I only had like 3 that came by. Elf support. How you doing, elf support? Man, I'd like to taste our noodles. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. What does that mean exactly? Is there a double entendre there? Let's see. Connect 6 Trigger says, how you doing? Lucky 7 tonight. That is 1.08 good carbs for you, my friend. Spambot says, we are going to have a referendum confirmed, and it was the stay in Canada idiot that did all the hard work for us. I did see that. Maybe we'll do a segment on that on Sunday, actually. Elf Support says, is Trump going to start testing our nuclear weapons on the Democrats? I don't think he's going to drop one on New York. I don't think so. Dramus, how you doing, Dramus? Dramus has got it. See, it's a beautiful testimonial here for the good karma you get on the channel when you like the stream. He says, can't imagine how bad my life would be if I didn't have all the good karma I get here. Well, it's simple. You'd be dead. You'd be dead. Anybody who doesn't like the stream is a dead man or woman. I mean, that's not true, but it could be. It couldn't hurt to like it. I'm just saying. You're putting out some positive energy into the universe, and the universe will notice and respond accordingly. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Hold on. What else do we got here? Spambot Fodder says BC land was never ceded for treaties. Well, here's the thing. None of it actually matters because you can't have a civilization here and have all the land and the property rights given away. Like, all the money will leave. Everybody will leave. Property values will collapse. And BC will be a failed province. And every province will just be a failed like you can't, like, this cannot happen. People will go into revolt. You think, I mean, for the lefties, you think that the mandate protests were bad? You're going to have 1 million people around Parliament baying for blood. Okay, if this stuff continues, they have to do something about this. You cannot just give away the country. It's insane. Spambot says that Alberta is safe. Well, I think Alberta will be safe. Yeah. Spambot says, Richie, you must move to Alberta. Yeah. Yeah. BC is going in, but they're going to have to deal with this. So, I mean, what I'm seeing is behind the scenes, the NDP is actually not, but they're actually making it worse. But it simply can't happen. You can't just commit suicide, national suicide. It's insane. Let's see. Rosie says, did you get my emails, Richie? You know what? I was trying to get that. thing is, I don't even touch the website anymore. I haven't put anything on there in probably like a year. And I was trying to get that email into my Google thing on my phone where everything is, and it's not working, and I forgot to check because I just never go to the website. But I'll try and remember after this. Like, I haven't touched that website in ages. But I keep thinking I should go and get that dealt with. But yeah, it's just not one of those emails that's like right there for me to check. So I just never think of it. I have not joined Signal yet either. I have not. When are you guys going to learn? I never do anything. Like, I just do everything the same all the time. And I hate change. And change frightens me. It makes me scared. And I don't like it. I don't like doing new things and learning new things. And I hate that. And I don't want anything to ever change again. I want the world to stay exactly the same. I want my routine to stay exactly the same forever. I don't like it. I resent it. I resent any change in my life. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. I want everything to remain frozen in place forever. But first, I want it to go back to 1987 and then freeze in place forever. And then I'll be happy. And I'll just do the show over a ham radio. But I'll try to remember to do that. I'll try to remember. I don't remember. I write it down, and then I have other things. I'm busy. Let's see. Trudeau's 5 says bottom of 8th now. It's probably over by now, isn't it? This is probably an old one here. Rosie says, very creepy, growly ad. I prefer your own uncreepy voice. Nice. Unfortunately, no commie hate. 9 out of 10. Well, that's okay. 9 out of 10 is still the most you can get out of 10. So pretty good. Pretty good. I'm not a mathematician. Let's see. Ottawa James, good to see you. Let's see. Rosie says, I got to say, the best thing about Canada, besides you people here, is the maple syrup. Your flag is pretty cool too, but maple syrup, hands down. The maple syrup is good. The only problem is most of the world doesn't want enough maple syrup for us to not go broke. So that's the only problem. They want other things that our country doesn't want to sell for some insane reason. Izzy, how you doing? Says it's insane that they've been destroying Canada for a decade already. Yep. It's crazy. Trudeau Survivor says the loser who sang the national anthem at the last Jays game saying, our home on native land. In all of those I just stop it. Just so lame. These are the people that will burn down their civilization around them and then cry about it. What happened? You happened. You fucking idiots. You weak idiots happened. That's what happened. No, we have to become communists now for sure. Ottawa James says, I hate that woke shit. Izzy says, sounds like Richie is well into the grumpy old man phase. Can you say, get off my lawn? Get off my lawn. Get off my land. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, top of the 9th now, according to Google. And what's the score? I don't know. What are we? Already 24 minutes into this thing. Into this disaster. Let's go. Let's do it. Boom. So what's going on? So the SNAP benefits, apparently it's the apocalypse because they've got 43 million people on SNAP benefits. Absolutely incredible. So this is like food stamps, the EBT. So they get money on a card to buy food and apparently like get their nails done and their hair and buy all kinds of stuff. The working class is paying to provide EBT for 43 million people. Wall Street Apes published this. So, oh my God, mainstream media, CBS reporting that 1 in 8 Americans are on SNAP food stamps. 43.1 million people. Working class is paying for 43 million people. Approximately 54% of immigrant households participate in at least one major welfare program. Maybe that tells you that you need to rethink the immigration system, because maybe you want to bring in only people that you don't have to feed. Maybe you want to bring in only people that are capable of feeding themselves. Totally bananas. Let's take a look.
Trump administration says it will not use emergency funds to pay for federal food benefits with a fast approaching deadline. CBS's Christina Fan is in New York with details on that. Christina.
Well, Jericho, 1 in 8 Americans rely on SNAP benefits, and tonight there is mounting worry for them. They might not be able to afford food with money running out 1 week from today.
I think people are starting to panic.
Food banks around the country are flashing warning signs.
We've been having about 7 to 10 new people a day this week.
Look at that. That was full this morning.
The pantry at Calvary Episcopal Church in Kentucky ran out of food for the first time in its 43.
The whole 1 in 8 people on food stamps, doesn't that tell you that you have a problem? Like the problem is not the shutdown. Ultimately, the larger problem is you've got so many people that can't feed themselves, or that are claiming that they can't feed themselves. Approximately 54% of immigrant households. So obviously there's a problem with the immigration system. Right now, if they including illegal immigrants there? Because they're definitely getting it too. But there's, of course, the outrage from, I guess, very entitled people. And most of them seem to be morbidly obese, which is very interesting. Libs of TikTok. TikToker says she's going to be robbing and stealing from stores if SNAP benefits are paused, and threatens to hurt security if they try to stop her. Isn't there a lot of stealing already going on? Like, it's kind of like, oh, going to continue stealing. Why are they all so obese? It's weird. Like, obviously you're not starving.
I'm gonna tell y'all straight up like this. I just got that text that the link is definitely cut the fuck off for November. Y'all better stay the fuck out of my way in these stores. I'm walking out with carts and I'm not paying for shit. Trump, if you want motherfuckers start looting, it's gonna happen. Before my kids go broke in this bitch like Jock, I'm gonna be stealing like it ain't no tomorrow. I am going to.
I kind of feel like she might have already been stealing like it was no tomorrow. There's a lot of stealing going. We've seen the videos. What's funny is that this perfectly sums up how SNAP currently functions from Dissident West. They already are coming into our homes and stealing food from our plates by forcing us to pay for their absurdly high BMIs with our tax dollars. So this is what Americans are saying. Let's take a look at this.
If I came in your house with all my bags, picking out all your food, deep freezer, snacks, your grandmama's milk, and everything, what you gonna do?
Well, depending on where you are, they're probably going to shoot you, though. So, and depending on where, I mean, there are parts of the United States where they can just do that. So, again, probably just shoot you.
I'm curious. What you gonna do if I was to walk in your house and go grocery shopping in your shit? If I came in your house.
Yeah, that's not going to end well. It's just not going to end well. Though I want to say on this, there's something that's been, I mean, it seems like it's kind of a matter of time with the Democrats, the way they have been whipping up their supporters into and just backing political violence. You saw after the Charlie Kirk assassination, the sentiment from a lot of Democrats, which was appalling. But the extreme victimhood and anti-white person narrative, the extreme racist narratives it seems like it's kind of a matter of time until till you have a mob just going into a suburban neighborhood and just causing total havoc. Food stamp recipients are vowing to steal when SNAP benefits expire due to government shutdown. Let's take a look at this one.
You know what? Since they want to take food stamps away, I'm going to fucking Walmart. I'm going to rack up any damn Walmart, throw that shit right in the basket. I'm coming right about that bitch. Move, get the fuck out of my way. I'm not paying for a damn thing. Y'all got me fucked up. I ain't getting a food stamp on EBT. Oh, watch this. Watch this.
Well, this guy is obviously mentally disabled, so I mean, maybe just, I guess it's meant for people like this. Somebody who's obviously mentally disabled and unable to care for themselves. Now you see in these videos, the ones that I saw prepping for this live stream, they're all black people, but there's 40% of recipients are white, and they're underrepresented per capita. And black people are overrepresented per capita. But I'm not seeing any videos from white people like this. I'm sure there must be some out there, but I'm just not seeing them. What's this one? Another liberal woman says she's going to start stealing food. Start stealing food? Because she won't be receiving SNAP benefits during the government shutdown. Let's see.
Donald motherfucking Orange Man J. Trump. I'm going to tell you just like this. What the fuck you mean? Who ain't getting that goddamn...
Again obese. I mean, shouldn't that at least be a sign that they need to be reduced? Because it's clearly too much food, and then you become a burden on the health system because of the obesity. So, I mean, it seems weird to me. If you are morbidly obese, you shouldn't get to cry that you're a victim of society. So if you're just living off, social benefits, and you're morbidly obese, right? You're not a victim. Like, you go all through history, the fat guy was never the victim, right? That was never the oppressed person. It was the person starving to death, right? These people aren't starving to death. It's such a weird thing.
Food stamps in goddamn November. Because I'm getting my goddamn shit. I don't know about the rest of you motherfuckers, but I'm getting my shit. Because I'm going to tell you just like this, on Jesus Lamar motherfucking Christ, I will be at motherfucking Walmart with my steel toes on and my motherfucking helmet, and I dare a bitch try to stop me from walking out that motherfucking store with my groceries. Baby, I'm 250 pounds solid. Baby, you want to see a human motherfucking bulldozer, baby? Because that's what the fuck I'm going to turn into. If you think you going to stop me from leaving out that goddamn store with my motherfucking monthly groceries, then
Can somebody say collapse of Western civilization? Could somebody say that? You're fat. You're a big fat pig. Okay? You shouldn't get why should any society pay for this person to be morbidly obese? It's just weird. So look at this. From John LaFave. This is insane. Poor people can use SNAP EBT to DoorDash from 7-Eleven. What a lazy, gross, offensive waste of our money, he says. Get groceries delivered with SNAP EBT. Shop from the comfy and privacy of home. You actually see on Amazon too, like all these things that are, SNAP available or SNAP eligible. And it's not like healthy food. 7-Eleven. So I guess you're not getting the tomato or the carrot or the avocado when you get the SNAP, the DoorDash from 7-Eleven. Just crazy. Let's see. All right. From Libs of TikTok, Representative Pramila Jayapal accidentally admits illegals receive taxpayer-funded SNAP benefits. It's an amazing thing. It's so surreal to see the Democrats they just deny the things that they proudly proclaim. It's weird, like the replacement theory, the replacement conspiracy. They're on camera. Biden, they're all on camera saying yes, and it's a good thing. Yes, whites will be a minority by this year, and that's a good thing, right? Like they're intentionally doing it. They think it's good, and then then the media says you're a conspiracy theory for just playing their own words. It's weird. They also say that no illegals are getting any benefits whatsoever in the United States, but then they openly say that they are. It's very strange.
Yesterday, I was at a food bank in my district talking about the SNAP cuts, the horrible SNAP cuts and Medicaid cuts. And they told me that people are not even showing up to Head Start where they get their food. They're not showing up to the food banks because they're afraid. And it's not just undocumented immigrants. It is people of all legal statuses. It's undocumented.
Hold on, what you say there?
Immigrants. It is people, undocumented immigrants, afraid. And it's not just undocumented immigrants. It is people of all legal statuses. It's undocumented.
And then like 5 minutes later, she probably said, oh, no, they don't. Illegal immigrants don't get it. Such a strange thing. Mainstream media seems to lose all these clips somehow. Seem to forget about them really quickly. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins says the whole SNAP program needs to be reformed. It needs to get the Doge treatment. Well, I mean, why you would want to get, and it's, in many cases, it's like thousands of dollars a month for this stuff. Why any country would want to do that for people that are in their country illegally is completely insane.
The problem is you have an extremely corrupt program, but up until this administration and with President Trump's direct focus on this and making sure every taxpayer dollar is spent appropriately, we've never really had the opportunity to dig in. So we're going to be talking a lot more about SNAP reform. We've got a lot of people listening now, which is very, very helpful, and to take that program back to its original intent of helping those who are truly needy in our communities, but not to have a massive welfare benefit where so many people are taking advantage of it that shouldn't be. The problem is you have.
And the purpose of all this stuff was supposed to be to get people through a tough time, not to be on it for life. Autism Capital posted this. Trump tells America, well, let's read this from Trump. Our government lawyers do not think we have the legal authority to pay SNAP with certain monies we have available, and now 2 courts have issued conflicting opinions on what we can and cannot do. I do not want Americans to go hungry just because the radical Democrats refuse to do the right thing and reopen the government. Therefore, I have instructed our lawyers to ask the court to clarify how we can legally fund SNAP as soon as possible. It is already delayed enough due to the Democrats keeping the government closed through the monthly payment date, and even if we get immediate guidance, it will unfortunately be delayed while states get the money out. If we are given the appropriate legal direction by the court, it will be my honor to provide the funding just like I did with military and law enforcement pay. The Democrats should quit this charade where they hurt people for their own political reasons and immediately reopen the government. If you use SNAP benefits, call the Senate Democrats and tell them to reopen the government now. Here is crying Chuck Schumer's office number. It sounds like what it really needs is Doge. It needs to be deconstructed and then reconstructed. Let's see. Wow, just wow. If you watch one video today about the SNAP and EBT issue, watch this one. This is from Maddie Evans. So let's take a look at this.
Now you threatening us, talking about if they get rid of the SNAP, but I'm gonna start stealing. Ain't that what you been doing? You been stealing, huh? You been stealing. We're not gonna talk about every time I turn around and look on the internet, y'all stealing in Walmart, you're stealing in Walgreens, you're stealing in CVS, you're stealing everywhere. What is you talking about? That ain't no threat. You've been stealing. Let's not talk about the fact that most of y'all got Section 8 vouchers that are not even yours. You got 2, 3, 4 generations of Section 8 vouchers that you're using for somebody who ain't been in that Section 8 house in probably 10, 15 years. So let's not talk about, oh, you're going to start stealing. You done made a whole career out of stealing. At this point, you should be in retirement. You should be looking to retire from your stealing career. Ain't nobody afraid of you talking about you gonna go steal. And while you're stealing, please get you a loaf of bread. Oh my God, today, Boshando. Please get you a loaf of bread, ho, and some bologna, and a little bit of cheese, mayo, Miracle Whip, whatever the hell it is that you like. Since you're stealing, steal you some Dijon mustard and make you a sandwich and shut the hell up. Because what I want you to hear me say is nobody give a damn about your threats about you stealing something. We used to your fucking ass stealing. Then you mad because we don't want illegal people also over here stealing. We got to deal with your stealing and we got to deal with illegal people stealing too. What the hell is going on here? We sick of this shit.
So that is pretty hilarious. You have to remember, okay, she doesn't count as a diverse voice, right? So she's not going to get on MSNBC because she doesn't count as a diverse voice because she's not a communist. So only communists count as diverse voices when they're diverse. And if they're not communists, well, they're not diverse. So, I mean, it's hard to keep up with the left, but I believe that she must be a white supremacist. I think. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I mean, these are the rules these days. Let's take a look at this. Lance Gooden. During Biden's border crisis, Democrats gave illegal aliens 40% more food than Americans on SNAP. Now they're using struggling Americans as leverage to demand free health care for illegals. This is why the continuing resolution isn't going through. And what the Democrats are refusing to vote for is a continuing resolution. So it's what they voted for. It's the exact same as what they voted for under Biden. So it was fine when it was Biden. Now with Trump, no, that's not good enough. Now they want to get put more benefits for illegal immigrants. And that's why they're not voting for it. And it's all just politics, obviously, by the way, right? They just need a reason. They need something they can try and blame on Trump. Let's take a look.
City says each migrant will get approximately $12.52 per day to purchase food and baby supplies. But that's about 40% more than what the average low-income American got per day in government food stamps or SNAP benefits in 2022 at $7.59 per person per day. City says each migrant will get approximately $12.52 per day to purchase food and baby supplies. But that's about 40% more than what the average low-income American got.
So, I mean, this is part of the, trying to lure people into the country so that they can, want to get more congressional districts and then eventually naturalize and become a one-party state because they'll be dependent on the government. And, of course, they'll vote for Democrats every single time. Elf Support says, make you a classy radio bologna sandwich with Dijon mustard. But a radio bologna sandwich also has crab apples and spite on it. Extra spite. All right. Let's keep going. We got lots in here. We got lots. Libs of TikTok. For months, Democrats insisted illegals weren't receiving SNAP benefits, but now suddenly Democrats are suing to keep data on SNAP recipients' immigration status private. I wonder why. They keep telling on themselves, says Libs of TikTok. And here's a New York Attorney General Letitia James. We're filing a lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's illegal demand for SNAP recipients' personal information, including immigration status. They just keep telling on themselves. Hard to keep the story straight when you're constantly lying. Here's Adam Carolla. What does he have to say about this with that Dr. Drew? I bet you they've got something spicy. Let's take a look.
I was reading that SNAP's going to run out, and 40 million people are going to go.
40 million.
40 million. Okay, listen to me, everybody. This whole thing of like 40 million people are going to go hungry. First off, those 40 million people average an extra 40 pounds on them over the average working American. If you took the average person that's on SNAP getting free food and the average person that gets no free food from the government, the average female who gets no free food from the government is 146 pounds. The average SNAP recipient is 211 pounds. So is it a food? I know. First off, we talk about going hungry. Nobody could benefit from a nice fast more than the SNAP recipient. I was reading that SNAP.
It just does seem to be true, doesn't it? It don't make a lick of sense. So, from Eric Doherty here, breaking. Congressman Randy Fine from Florida is filing a bill to ban all non-citizens from obtaining any form of welfare. That's just sanity. That is just sanity. That includes SNAP, Section 8 housing, and Medicaid. If you want free stuff, go home, he says. Go home. This is sanity. This is what sane countries do. Glenn Beck, why are over 40 million people on SNAP? It's not the 1930s. We're not in a depression. It's a great question. It's because the Democrats want it that way.
Do you know that the people living on SNAP, I think it's, 40% more in the last 5 years? I know the payments have doubled in the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's increased a lot. A lot of that was COVID. People got on because of COVID and then shockingly didn't get off.
I'm glad this is starting to turn now. I'm glad that we didn't fix this, I'm glad the Democrats didn't fix this right away. Because it's gone from, oh my gosh, my SNAP benefits are going away, to then Republicans going, oh my gosh, SNAP benefits are going away, to wait a minute. How much are we paying in SNAP? How many people? 40 million people on SNAP? When did that happen? To now people going, I don't know if 40 million people should be on SNAP in the first place. We're finally having a real positive, constructive conversation. I want to be there for people who are they really need the help. I want to be there.
That was the original purpose, right? But it's like everything. When the mind virus gets in, it stops being about the original purpose and it becomes about something new. And it does seem like the greatest virtues to the left, and this is everywhere around the world, actually, the greatest virtues are drug addiction, homelessness, mental illness, and being unable to feed yourself, abortion, and if you do have a kid, it's extremely important that you sterilize and mutilate them before they know what it's like to grow into an adult human, a fully mature adult human body. I think it's wrong. Mila Joy said this: America spends $7.8 billion monthly on SNAP. If illegals were removed from SNAP, the cost would reduce 70%. Of course, Democrats, they're desperate to keep those people into the country and to keep people flooding in, people who will be dependent on them. If all benefits were cut off, they would leave. Yes, 45% of all Afghanis living in America receive free food from you. Why? Why? That seems like a bad immigration program. That seems very short-sighted, if you're saying. But if you're trying to create a permanent underclass that will vote for you forever, then that is smart, actually, because that will work. Is this your American dream? Because it sure isn't mine. So let's see, 45% of U.S. households receiving SNAP benefits, Afghan 45, Somalis 42. I wonder if Ilhan Omar is getting them. Iraqi 34, Dominican 34. These are insane numbers. Any sane country would say, okay, enough of them. enough of them. It's not working out. Let's see. Rand Paul, this is an alarming trend. We need to ask ourselves why so many Americans are on SNAP. Federal spending on SNAP has more than doubled in the past 5 years. So many Americans are on it because the Democrats want it. They want them dependent on them. They want a permanent Democrat voting underclass. Why do you think that they destroy blue cities, right? Why do you think that they destroy them? Why? They just cause poverty and crime and misery because they benefit from it. Weirdly, ironically, you'd think people would wake up. Apparently not so much. Libs of TikTok posted this. It's funny people talking about robbing grocery stores because they're not getting their SNAP benefits. But if you're physically able to, well, let's hear it from this guy.
It's funny, people are talking about robbing grocery stores because they're not getting their SNAP benefits. But if you're physically able to go rob a store, that means you're physically able to go get a job. It's funny, people are...
He makes a good point. He makes a good point there. Very good point. Unless they don't want a job, I guess. I don't know. So let's see. Senate leader's stance on filibuster remains unchanged as Trump pushes nuclear option. So this is a kind of side story out of this. Get rid of the filibuster. Get rid of the filibuster. Get rid of it now, the president said on Truth Social. So Senate Majority Leader John Thune's office confirmed to the Daily Wire that he continues to support the filibuster, and his position remains unchanged by President Donald Trump's call to abandon the filibuster as the government shutdown hits day 31. On Thursday night, Trump took to Truth Social to urge Republicans to use the so-called nuclear option. The president praised Republican leaders, saying Thune and House Speaker Mike Johnson are doing a great job, but the Democrats are crazed lunatics, no lie detected there, that have lost all sense of wisdom and reality. Again, I don't see the lie. It is now time for the Republicans to play their Trump card, see what he did there, and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it now. So for anybody who just to, anybody's not quite sure what that is, the purpose of the filibuster is to delay or block action on legislation by prolonging debate, thereby empowering a minority of senators to prevent a vote or passage of a bill that a simple majority might otherwise pass. It's a procedural tool. It's a procedural tool designed to force debate to continue indefinitely or until a supermajority, currently 60 votes, agrees to end the debate through a process called cloture. So the filibuster requires 60 votes to end debate on most legislation before it can proceed to a final vote. The ongoing government shutdown is dragged on because Republicans hold only 53 seats, leaving them short of the 60 votes needed to advance the House-passed continuing resolution, which would reopen the government. So far, the closest vote has been 55, just 5 short of the threshold. So again, it's a continuing resolution. So this is what the Democrats voted for last time. So when it was Biden, they voted for it, all of them. Because it's Trump and they see political expediency in shutting down the government, and they're not voting for it. But it's a continuing resolution. It's the same thing they voted for last time. Trump said he believes if Democrats ever came back into power, they would end the filibuster in the first day they take office, regardless of whether or not we do it. So this is the argument, right? Is that when the Democrats get back in power, they will at some point, if it happens before they're forced to, kind of reform the party, they're just going to arrest everybody, right? They're just going to throw everybody in prison. They will do everything. They will end the filibuster. They're going to pack the Supreme Court. They're going to get senators from Puerto Rico and from the Capitol. It's just going to be totally insane. Like the Democrats, we know now. I mean, look at what they did to Trump. Look what the Biden administration did to Trump, right? They're just they are going to do everything. Like, they're going to try and end democracy or the constitutional republic. Not everyone agrees ending the filibuster is the solution. Let's see. Here is Leader John Thune, previous comments from 1010 when he explained why he is against getting rid of the filibuster. So let's take a look.
Well, that's the filibuster, as you know, supermajority requirement is something that makes the Senate the Senate. And honestly, if we had done that, there's a whole lot of bad things that could have been done by the other side. The 60 vote threshold has protected this country, and frankly, that's what I think this last election was largely about, because if the Democrats had won the majority, they probably would have tried to nuke the filibuster.
But they're going to anyway, is the thing, right? Like, it's gotten to the point now where the alliance between the media and the Democrat Party and, like, every institution is so complete that the Democrats clearly at this point feel free to do literally anything. And they know that CNN and MSNBC and the New York Times and the Washington Post will cover for them. And it doesn't matter what they do. Like, it's the mainstream media now, almost all of it is just simply a weapon for the Democrats. So they're going to do whatever they want when they get in, because they know that the media will cover for them, right? They will support them. They will just, they know that the media is a part of the war, basically. Thune said the supermajority requirement is something that makes the Senate, adding that without it, there's a whole lot of bad things that could have been done by the other side. Thing is, if they get back in, they're gonna do it. I mean, if they take the House in the midterms, like, of course, it's over, right? Like, they're just going to destroy. It's gonna be impeachment after impeachment, blah blah blah. I think that you just have to use every tool at your disposal now while you can. Trump blisters Dems after Fed judges weigh in on shutdown-fueled food stamp battle. So this is, again, what he's fighting against, right? So, I mean, I guess just everything he does has to go to the Supreme Court now, because there's going to be activist judges that just tell him no on literally everything. President Donald Trump unloaded on Democrats and posted Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer's office number. Well, we saw that, didn't we? 2 federal judges, U.S. District Judge Indira Talwani in Massachusetts and U.S. District Judge John McConnell in Rhode Island, on Friday ordered the Trump administration to continue paying out SNAP benefits despite the government shutdown. So this is what he's facing on just everything now. And I guess just like what he has for lunch has got to go to the Supreme Court, because some activist judge will say it's unconstitutional. No chicken on Wednesdays for some reason. New rule, new precedent. So what will happen? It's supposed to be tomorrow, right? Then it runs out. So I guess we will see. Now, sticking with actually, let's get to the chat for a second. Hold on. Let's go back to the noodles. All right. So everybody who's not subscribe right now. Like the channel. Become a channel member. The best thing anybody can ever do is become a channel member and watch all the premium, the beautiful, big, beautiful premium content is beautiful, and gift a subscription to somebody. It's the thing that makes me the most happy out of anything. Let's see. Lots of chat. Let's see. Elf Support says it's like 10 million are illegal immigrants on SNAP. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like that, right? And there's a purpose to that. I know what James is claiming. I have a Newfie accent. That is not true. Trudeau Survivor says, better be packing while going grocery shopping starting tomorrow. Man fatiguers making threats of violence online. Well, it's just madness. Total madness. All right. Hold on. So the game ended 3-1 for the Dodgers, right? Is that right? Yeah. Rosie asked, Richie, where did you learn to do accents? Southern accent? No. No. Watching TV and stuff. His pretend accents are good. My pretend accents are good. Let's see. Judo Survivor says, if my EBT gets cut, how am I going to pay for my nails? Well, apparently they're spending it on stuff like that. All right. Trudeau Survivor says the body cam genre is going to be lit in November. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All of those grocery store thefts. Let's see. JDL, good to see you. All right. Elf Support says, you think that's Halloween makeup or permanent tattoos on her? I think it was permanent tattoos. Not a help in getting a job, by the way. JDL, I mean, this is just a wonderful thing to say here. Hit to the like button, JDL says. Hit to the like button, everybody. And Rosie says, in Tennessee, we stand our ground. So nobody's going to be going and trying to steal Rosie's groceries. I don't think. Scorpion, how you doing? Good to see you. Let's see. Izzy says the entitlement is amazing. Yeah, it is crazy, those videos. Let's see. Well, here's another testimonial about the power of the liking the video good karma that you receive. I hit the like button and no one used a Sharpie to draw flowers on my bus line. That is great news. And you have Radio Baloney to thank for that. The good karma that you receive from liking the stream. Izzy says she could go a month without food easy. Well, that's just any of like the 3 women we showed that were complaining about saying they were going to go out and steal because of SNAP. Elf Support says McDonald's and Jack in the Box take EBT. That is crazy, huh? Just crazy. All right. I got to skip down here because we got too much chat. We'll be doing this for the next hour. JDL says Walmart won't be busy tomorrow. Nevada says yes, that's the thing, right? I have CC like I've never seen before on my phone right now, and I don't know how to turn it off. Well, I don't know how to help you there, JJ, but good to see you. Okay, he did get it off. Everybody, it's okay. He got it off. Let's see. All right, well, I think that JJ Nevada just hit the like button like every good, decent human being does. Not like those scumbags, you don't. Scumbags. All right. So let's move on to the next thing. What's going on here? So Wall Street Apes posted this. Now here's this guy, Asmongold, and I believe here he's responding to that Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson interview, which I watched a little bit. I watched like a couple of minutes of it, but I believe this is him responding to that. And it seems like, now, I don't know much about this Asmongold guy. I kind of assumed he was kind of like a moderate guy, maybe kind of left-leaning liberal kind of something, but he does not sound like that now, I can tell you. Let's, hold on. Wall Street Ape says, like it or not, this is the absolute truth. If the GOP doesn't hold Democrats and their donors accountable, then in 4 to 8 years, Democrats and globalists are going to come back 100 times worse than they were. I think you just have to make that assumption.
When they get power, they're going to crush you. Destroy them completely. Destroy everything about them. Put the mayors in jail. Put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition. Put them in mandatory prison labor camps. Any of them that are violent, authorize the police officers to respond with violence to them. Completely shut it down. Bring in the military if you need to. Bring in the National Guard. Do whatever you need to do. Look and find out who's funding this. Take those people, charge them with incitement for terrorism. Like, I'm talking about scorched earth, Old Testament. Get them the fuck out when they get power.
The crazy thing is that, you've got, federal, like federal police, you've got ICE just enforcing the laws that were already on the books. I mean, the same laws that existed under Biden. So, I mean, it's just the same law. They're just doing their jobs. If you've got mayors or governors that are impeding the function of the federal government, of federal law enforcement, well, they're breaking the law, right? It's like, this is the thing. You got Democrats freaking out over just the law as it existed under Biden being exercised. It's total madness. What else do we have here? So we've got this. There's a big freak out about JD Vance, and now he's like, I don't know, what is he supposed to be, woke right or something? Let's take a look here. Marina Medvin said, insane anti-Israel question full of propaganda was posed to JD Vance and responded by adding his own fuel to the fire. Absolute dumpster fire. So I watched this and I didn't really see how this is like super anti-Semitic. Let's take a look.
Ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I'm just confused why this idea has come around, considering the fact that not only does their religion not agree with ours, but also openly supports the prosecution of ours.
Yeah, so let's say a few things about this. First of all, when the President of the United States says America first, that means that he pursues the interests of Americans first. That is our entire foreign policy. Now, that doesn't mean that you're not going to have alliances, that you're not going to work with other countries from time to time. And that is what the president believes, is that Israel, sometimes they have similar interests to the United States and we're going to work with them in that case. Sometimes they don't have similar interests to the United States. And this example, the most recent Gaza peace plan that all of us have been working on very hard for the past few weeks, the president of the United States could only get that peace deal done by actually being willing to apply leverage to the state of Israel. So when people say that Israel is somehow manipulating or controlling the president of the United States, they're not controlling this president of the United States, which is one of the reasons why we'd be able to have some of the success that we've had in the Middle East. Now,
God damn it, I was muted because I was coughing. It's because I was coughing. So, all right. So anyway, I don't know. I listened to JD Vance there. He didn't sound like Adolf Hitler to me. It sounded fine. It sounded perfectly reasonable, right? That kid there, he said at the beginning something about ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I don't agree that that's there. I don't agree that that's what they're doing. I said prosecution of Christians or something. I don't know if there's truth in that or not. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about Israel. I've got to be honest. Right. And I'm not an Israel expert. But I don't. JD Vance's response there, I don't know. It just seemed kind of just normal. I didn't hear anything crazy. I think this is a moral. What we don't want in whatever the right is now, conservative, whatever, all the categories have shifted and everything's been shaken up. But what I do know is that on the left, you must have total ideological conformity. Everybody must agree with everything all the time, or else you're the devil, right? On whatever this is, where we are, whether it's the right or conservative or just not crazy, I prefer to think of it just as the not batshit crazy, right? Not communists, not revolutionary communists. Whatever this is, there's going to be a lot of voices, there's going to be a lot of opinions, and that's the beauty of it. And that's why it's better. And that's why better ideas will rise out of this. Whatever this movement is, this big tent thing that we're in, right? That's why the better ideas, the sane ideas, will arise from this, because we're not in total conformity. We don't have to be. We shouldn't want to be. So I don't like seeing these. You keep seeing these moral panics rising up every 3 seconds. All Hitler all the time. Exactly, JDL. Right? Like, I don't care. JD Vance, that sounded fine to me. Right? I don't think that JD Vance if he becomes president, is going to invade Poland. All right? Like, I'm sick of these moral panics jumping up. Don't care. That sounded perfectly fine to me. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say about that. Benny Johnson posted this. Hold on a second. I got a frog in my throat, and when I was muted, I was coughing, and then I started seeing stars. That's bad. I think I'm getting sick. Is what's happening. But anyway, hold on one second. All right. Benny Johnson, if you watch one thing today, let it be this. Elon Musk goes on Joe Rogan and tears the mask off, exposing exactly why Democrats are prolonging the government shutdown and fighting to keep the money flowing to criminal aliens. Well, as a strategy for a successful country, right, just bringing in millions of dependents is a terrible strategy, right? This is a terrible idea. So if you're genuinely concerned with the well-being of your citizens, which is the only people that you should be concerned about if you're the leader of a country, right? Well, it's crazy to do that, to just intentionally bring in a permanent underclass. But if you don't care about the well-being of the citizens and you only care about power, well, then it makes sense to bring in a permanent underclass that will vote for you forever, because you're going to promise them infinite benefits. I think I've heard them called gimmigrants, like gimmigrants. Let's hear this.
The reason you have the standoff is because if the hundreds of billions of dollars to create a financial incentive to have this giant magnet to attract illegals from every part of Earth to these states, if that is turned off, the illegals will leave, because they're no longer being paid to come to the United States and stay here.
Wow.
And then they will lose a lot of voters. The Democratic Party will lose a lot of voters.
And they would have a very difficult job, if this is kicked out, of reintroducing it into a new bill.
Yes.
Especially once things start normalizing.
Yes. So, in a nutshell, the Democratic Party wants to destroy democracy by importing voters. And the Republican Party disagrees with that.
And the ruse is that if you don't accept what they're doing, then you're a threat to democracy.
Yes.
As they try to destroy democracy.
Yes.
By importing voters.
That is literally what they're doing.
People to only vote for them and overwhelming the system.
Yes. And by the way, it's a strategy that, if allowed to work, would work, and in fact has worked. California is supermajority Democrat.
Yeah.
And there's so much gerrymandering that occurs. It's crazy.
God damn it. I keep forgetting to unpress the mute because I'm coughing so much. Listen, in this age of, just the constant fast moving news cycle, it's important to stop sometimes and go, okay, hold on a second. What was happening last year, or what's actually been happening over the last 5 years, say? I can tell you what's been happening in Canada. Mass immigration, highest per capita immigration in the world. Right after 10 years of the Liberals, now 30% of the population of Canada wasn't born here. That's crazy. That's like an invasion, right? But it was one that was facilitated by our own government. In the United States, under Joe Biden, the numbers range somewhere from 10 to maybe 20 million people were flooded in, facilitated by the Biden administration, flooded into the United States. That is crazy. You've got a similar story in the UK, right? Where it wasn't even mostly illegal, just legal immigration like in Canada. But clearly something extraordinary happening. I mean, extraordinarily bad happening, but even historically, right? These are unique cases. So you just have to stop every once in a while with this constant, with the constant news cycle, and just stop and go, wait a second. But it was 10, 12, 15, maybe 20 million people. Nobody even knows, of course, because it's all illegal, flooding into the United States. That's crazy. That's insane. Right? It's same in Canada, same in the UK. That's crazy. Right? You got to stop and go, wait a second, that actually happened. That's a plan, people. That's a plan. It's a coordinated plan. Because all these Western countries didn't just all go crazy separately, right? No, it's a coordinated plan. And it's massive. That's historic. Right? This is nation changing, and it was done for a purpose. It wasn't just that, everybody forgot how to do their jobs. No, it was purposeful and massive. Massive. You take a look at Canada, it's still happening. There's still most liberal voters think that immigration has stopped in Canada. No, it hasn't. Even on the government website, you can see no, it hasn't. It's still mass immigration into Canada. If the Democrats get back in the United States, you know what they're going to do, right? Whoever, Kamala, Gavin Newsom, whoever, right? There'll be 20 million people with T-shirts with Gavin Newsom's face on it saying, "Thank you, Gavin," flooding across your borders. Again, they will do it. They've done it before. It was purposeful. They're going to do it again. That's how big the problem is. That's what they are doing. That's what they will do. It is madness, right? Sometimes I forget, just how crazy it is, how crazy these people are, how bad they are. History's not surprised by it. Full of terrible people, full of terrible leaders who hated their people. It's just that when you've lived in
The reason you have this
when you've lived in stable, reasonably, stable, prosperous, reasonably well-run countries for your whole life, it's just shocking that to wake up one morning and realize, history isn't over. History isn't over yet. And all of those terrible things I've read about in the history books can happen again. You can be starving to death. You can be watching your friends and your family starve to death. Okay, that again, we're not at the end of history. It all comes down to resources, folks. It all comes down to resources and who controls them. Now, I feel kind of bad for the way that I for the videos that I made making fun of Fetterman in the past, because I don't know, the stroke seems to have fixed him. Whatever was wrong with his brain before, the stroke seems to have fixed him, or maybe he's just a really savvy politician. Maybe he's totally cynical. Maybe he had some epiphany, but something has changed with him. And he's just making an awful lot of sense these days. Sarah Rose posted this. Fetterman is done with Schumer. I guess it goes to show, just don't, you should never write anybody off completely.
So what are you hearing back home about SNAP expiring on Saturday?
I'm saying that I will witness it firsthand. My wife, Giselle, she develops the free store in our community, and it distributes food 3 times a week. And her lines have already got longer. And now I will encounter people that have no SNAP benefits starting on Saturday, and I don't have an explanation for them. All I could say is, I'm sorry. It's an absolute failure what occurred here for the last month, and now things are really going to land. And imagine being a parent with a couple kids and how you're going to fill their refrigerator and pack their lunches and get on with their lives when the things that they've depended on now is gone because we can't even agree to just open things up. For a Democrat, we're not allowed to just open this up. I mean, then our party has bigger problems than I thought we might have already. It's like, that's not controversial. Pay everybody. And you have our workers here borrowed over $350 million to pay their own bills. Like, it's a failure. And like I said, to all of the viewers, I'm apologizing that we can't even get our shit together and just open up our government.
Schumer said this gets better politically every day for Democrats. What do you say to that?
Yeah, well, ask the hungry people on Saturday. It's like, that's the thing. Americans are not leverage. This is not some shitty game show about who's winning or whatever. It's just like we have to be better than this and just open this up. And I do, talk to any number of Republicans who they agree that we have this conversation about extending these tax credits.
So I don't know if that is just cynical or if that's heartfelt or not, but I mean, it does seem to be at least with this one person, a return to sanity, at least, Let's get back to the chat for a second. Noodles, everybody likes those. And actually, you know what? Maybe we should, before my throat completely gives out on me, can we do another read? I don't know. Should we even try? I don't know. Yeah. You know what? We'll wait. Let's see. What's going on here? Spambot asks, oh no, Richie has the coof. Whatever. It's better than the flu. It's better than the flu. I hope I've got that. Let's see. JDL's having health issues as well. Well, I hope that you're okay. Let's see. Spambot says I will be adding the new X Secure chat app when it's released. Okay. Cool. Signal, you guys are going to force me to get a goddamn new app, aren't you? You're going to force me to do it. Let me put one more circle around the thing I wrote down last time. God damn it. God damn it. Fuck you. Fuck all of you.
You lousy corksuckers.
All right. No, I love you guys. Let's see. Rosie says prayers for healing in Jesus' name. Well, thank you very much. Nevada's coughing too. I hope we don't have Liberace COVID. Apparently that's the most powerful kind there is. That's an in joke. If you don't watch the channel normally, you won't get it. Let's see. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says drinking olive oil or walnut oil might help with the coughing, but ask your doctor. Well, I'm allergic to walnuts, so I ain't doing that. You trying to kill me, Trudeau Survivor? You trying to kill me or something? Let's see. JDL says EU hates Europe and Europeans too. Yes, they do. That's the only explanation that makes any sense at this point. Nothing else does, because they keep doing it and they're becoming more and more aggressive in their insistence of harming the European people. Spambot says because the majority of imports are Muslim and they have no allegiance to Canada, they only support Sharia. Well, I think the majority are actually Hindu, I think. But yes, there's been a big rise in the Muslim community in Canada. And if you just simply look around the world, there's no assimilation happening anywhere in any Western country, right? It starts out with we're weak and we're peaceful and everything's Islamophobic, and then the demands come, and obviously all that other stuff happens as well. You know what I'm talking about. Spambot Fodder says it's a planned Christian genocide. It seems to be like, I think what they want is China. They want everywhere to be China. So they want the Chinese system to be a global system, which is they just very kind of nimbly went from communism to its sister ideology, fascism, quite quickly, actually. And so they have this, this totalitarian system with capitalism, with Chinese characteristics. And I think it's very appealing for the global elites like Carney, right? Because these are technocrats, these are central planners, but they still want to make lots of money. But they can do that by controlling everything. Like Brookfield, his ESG fund, only made money because he could through his connections, influence government's policies so that they would subsidize the companies, right? So that's how green companies make money, through government subsidies. They don't make money on their own. They don't exist on their own. As soon as the subsidies go away, they do. So I think that's what's going on. So obviously they don't like Christianity. Obviously, I think that they're miscalculating, though. They want to bring in this kind of underclass that they think that they'll be able to control, and they can, because everybody, the idea is that it's going to be like China. So everybody is just going to be under the boot, right? With, a thin illusion of freedom, as long as you do what you're told. So I think it's just a genocide of freedom. And I think they're miscalculating, because the groups that they are flooding in are not going to be controlled by them. Mark Carney is not going to control the people who want Canada to be a caliphate, or, Keir Starmer, or Stormtrooper as they call him. He is not going to control the people who want the UK to be a caliphate. JDL says high trust and low trust societies. Well, diversity does not make you stronger. Diversity is divisive. Take a look at Japan, right? Take a look at Japan. Very high trust. You can leave a backpack on a park bench overnight and it will still be there with everything in it in the morning. A very homogenous society. And there's nothing racist in saying that, and I admire their society, right? But diversity is divisive. I mean, that's just a fact. That's just stating a fact. That's not even saying that one culture is better than another, although I do think that Western culture is clearly superior to all other cultures. But that's not even implicit in that statement. Just cultures are just different, and they have different ideas about their own place in the world and how things should be done. And of course, there's going to be conflict, right? This is how civil wars happen. Let's see. Elf Support says Belgium is 60% immigrant now. Well, I don't think it's that high in Belgium, is it? Mostly Muslims too. Do you see that assassination attempt on their head of state? Actually, the leftist politicians in Western Europe have started to admit the weaponized. Well, I don't believe Belgium is 60% immigrant, though. We're going to have to do a fact check on that. Hold on. Fact check. Hold on. I'll be right back. Let's see. 36%. Yeah, that sounds closer to the truth. And that's getting very common for Western countries now, right? As of early 2025, 36% of Belgium's population has a foreign background. So let's see. The group includes 22.1% who are Belgian but have a foreign background. So, but yeah, I mean they're citizens, but they're not Belgians, right? They're not going to be any paintings you're not going to see them in paintings from the 12th century. That's a very high number, though, regardless, right? Elf Support says migration was assisted by Russia Putin. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't think, in my opinion, I don't see with that connection. I mean, I will say this: they would have been fine with it because they know that it's going to weaken NATO, the NATO countries, the EU. So they would have been fine. But I mean, I'm sure that they did everything. Well, let me say this, Elf Support. I'm sure they did. I'm sure Putin was delighted by that massive migrant wave from like Syria, and then with Libya taking the cork off of North Africa. I'm sure he was delighted by that and did whatever they could to assist. I'm not sure how much they were able to contribute, but yeah, I mean, I think you're correct there. And Nevada says Merkel started that immigration shit. Yeah, I mean, if you want to find the real blame, yeah, it's like look at the leaders. In Europe, look at the Merkels and the Macrons. In Canada, look at Trudeau. Right. Well, I think that I'm sure Putin was delighted by what they were doing. I don't think that I could be wrong. I'm going to say this. I could be wrong, but the vast blame for it lands on the leaders of the EU because without them, it couldn't happen in the first place. Rosie says, yes, commie hate ad raid. Then update now. Well, let's take a look at the ads. We got one here I can do. What about a beautiful Rumble Premium ad? How about that? All right, folks, looking for smarter ways to browse and enjoy your favorite content without ads or communism? Get the Perplexity Pro bundle with Rumble Premium for just $19.99 a month when you sign up before December 31st. Normally a $29.99 value. For $19.99, I would do it. Getting Rumble Premium will be the happiest day of your life. I know it was for me. With Rumble Premium, you'll get an ad-free and communism-free viewing experience across all your devices and access to exclusive premium content. No interruptions, no communism, just the videos and streams you love anytime, anywhere. And that's the best place to get the videos and streams you love anytime, anywhere. Everybody knows that. Plus, Perplexity Pro boosts your productivity with unlimited research. That's the best kind. Unlimited uploads, again, the best kind. Exclusive member perks and access to the latest and most advanced AI models for faster, smarter answers every single day. And that's exactly how I like my answers. Save over 30% on this powerful bundle. Powerful bundle. Head to rumble.com/premium. That's rumble.com/premium before December 31st to sign up and unlock your premium experience. You know what to do. What a wonderful experience that was for me reading that ad. That was a beautiful ad. It's a new Rumble ad, by the way. I think I've only read that a couple of times. I think I'm getting better at it. I'm working on it. Obviously, my goal, my aspiration is to give the best reading of that ad that's ever been given, the most anti-communist reading of that ad that has ever been given. I'm working on it. I strive to be better every single day, and I know we'll get there together. Soundbot says, what happened? Richie stopped audio mid-sentence. What? What? Can you guys hear me? Rosie says, Richie, just build a fire and send smoke signals. Well, this is more my speed. Forget the app. Forget writing it down. Forget circling it. Maybe carrier pigeons, smoke signals. I'm down with that. See, finally, some good advice. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor asks, when is the red circle RB icon getting fixed? I know I should be doing this. I know. In fact, I even sat down and I looked at the thing and I saw it and I went, I'm not going to do it right now. I thought, should I do it right now? And I went, I can't do it right now. I can't do it. I know I got to do it. Thanks for reminding me. But, and I'll take out the garbage too. Don't worry, I'll take out the garbage. Nevada says, Halls make your cigarettes taste like menthols. What does it make your vapes taste like? Let's see. Rosie says, commie hate, great ad read. You still got it, even with the mute-inducing cough. Very growly, too. 11 out of 10. I do believe 11 out of 10 is the most you can get out of 10. Thank you very much, Rosie. I'm not reading that. Let's see. You guys know what I'm talking about. Trudeau says, smoke signals are patented by Canada's Aboriginals. You will have to pay them a royalty to some. Fuck. Who's got the patents to carrier pigeons? All right. Now what are we talking about? Let's see. Did we have anything else here that we want to talk about? Anything in here? What are we? We're an hour and 40 minutes. We're on like the fourth tab. God damn it. All right. Prime Minister Mark Carney says Canada is at a turning point in its relationship with China following his meeting with President Xi Jinping. This is from Judy Trin. So Carney actually has a very cozy relationship with China. There's been lots of speculation, including on this channel, about perhaps that this whole tariff thing, he doesn't want it to work out so that he can cozy up to the totalitarians in China. And let's not forget that, well, in fact, hold on a second. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up a tab here because I know I had a special tab for Carney and his relationship with China, which goes back a while, and it's a cozy relationship with China. He loves it over there. He loves the fact that they give lots of big loans to Brookfield. $250 million last year before he became prime minister. Isn't that great? Isn't that great for Mark Carney and Brookfield? Maybe not so great for Canada, but for Brookfield, really good. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this tab. There's so many. If I can't find it, I'm going to say fuck it, and we're just going to go into something else, but I think I can probably find it. Let's see. Where is it? I didn't bring it up before the stream because I didn't think of it. But I know there's a Carney China. Let's see. Hold on. Give me a second. You guys know how this goes. This is just what happens on this stream. You just have to put up with it. Why do I have so many bookmarks? So many. Let's see. Where is it? Let's see. Mark Carney, China. So let's talk about Mark Carney, China. Why does he love China so much? Let's see. Another Liberal candidate with ties to Beijing. Liberal Party's choice to replace MP Paul Chang in Markham, Unionville is raising serious eyebrows. Let's see. Well, here he is here, and this is he's in China, and he's doing some. He's in a uniform there too. Let's see. Well, he's not much at carrying a tune, but let's see. Hold on. Retired Toronto Deputy Police Chief Peter Ewan is being parachuted into the riding by Mark Carney's Liberals, despite a growing paper trail of affiliations with Beijing-aligned organizations. That should be concerning, shouldn't it? This report draws heavily on the original investigative journalism of the Bureau and the Globe and Mail. Attended a gala by the Confederation of Toronto Chinese Canadian Organizations, a group linked to the Chinese Consulate and the Chinese Communist Party's United Front Work Department. Yeah, the Chinese Consulate, who had a bounty for a conservative Chinese conservative. So, yeah. Let's see. Today, the Globe reports that compromised Carney met with pro-Beijing groups during the Liberal leadership race. He stood by a candidate who urged others to help threaten and abduct a political opponent with a bounty and hand him over to a hostile, authoritarian, anti-human rights regime. Don't worry. Don't worry about Carney in China. Let's see. Government watchdogs have found that China is interfering in our election to promote Mark Carney's policies on America. Interesting. Why? I wonder if it aligns with China's goals. Let's see. Liberal candidate to replace Paul Chang attended Chinese military parade in 2015. Lots of ties. Mark Carney says he has no idea why China supports his campaign. Let's take a look. Now, they did interfere to his benefit in the leadership campaign. This is, of course, after interfering in the two previous elections and then interfering in the election this year as well.
Why is the government of China actively promoting Mark Carney's campaign? Mark Carney says he has no idea.
Absolutely no idea, and I have absolutely no idea, and I think I'll leave it at that.
But when you look into it, the reasons become pretty obvious. For years, Mark Carney has called for China to have more dominance over the global economy.
One of the many strengths of China is their perspective.
And it'll be important that China is center stage to shape this new global, sustainable financial system.
We see China's leadership there in deployment of AI technologies, which is in many respects unique, and we can all learn from that.
While running Brookfield.
He loves China. He loves China. Let's see. Mark Carney got the Chinese government-friendly Canadian Association's website pulled after he was shown to have lied about meeting with them. There he is. He did lie about that, didn't he? Mark Carney talks about data needing to flow to China right now before he installed himself as a leader of our country. Great.
Flow across borders and China become more integrated internationally. And we need data to be able, as companies become more integrated, their operations in China become more integrated internationally. And we need data to be able to flow across borders. And some important initiatives have been taken there.
He loves China. He loves China.
Has shown incredible leadership. And China has shown incredible leadership. With President Xi's historic commitments to peak emissions by 2030 and to decarbonizing the Chinese economy by 2060 at the latest.
Yeah, so this is before he was prime minister. Let's see. What else do we have here? Mark J. Carney, only weeks before seeking Liberal Party leadership, lobbied Beijing's mayor to deepen cooperation. He's up to his neck in China. How about this from Pierre Poilievre? In September, Mark Carney officially became the chair of Trudeau's task force on economic growth. In October, Carney met with the deputy director of the People's Bank of China. Just 2 weeks later, news broke that Brookfield secured a $250 million loan from the Chinese state-owned bank. Now he owes a hostile foreign regime, and his interests are against Canada's interests. Why won't he reveal to Canadians all his conflicts? Well, because they'd be bad. That would be bad for him politically. That's also why the mainstream media doesn't talk about it as well. $250 million. That's a Chinese state-owned bank. So that approval goes right to the top. So they can't just do that on their own. All right, so there we go. Prime Minister Mark Carney says Canada is at a turning point in its relationship with China. First time in 8 years that Canada and China's leaders have had an official meeting. Carney has been invited for a state visit to China to sell out Canada. To sell out Canada. Of course he's going to do that.
This meeting today is long overdue. It has been 8 years since a Canadian Prime Minister has met with the President of China. We now have a turning point in the relationship, a turning point that creates opportunities for Canadian families, for Canadian businesses, and Canadian workers, and also creates a path to address current issues. So very pleased.
Was this just the plan all along? This is why he's not interested. In fact, sabotaging talks with the states to force us to get into bed with what is absolutely a hostile foreign power, like genuinely hostile, not United States, okay? Not a trade dispute with the United States, genuinely foreign and malevolent. Let's see. So here is we're going to get through this Mark Carney stuff quick, and then we're going to move on to the UK's Glamour magazine that just didn't get the memo that we're not doing the everything trans thing anymore. Satire Squad HQ. Mark Carney, big YouTube video today was a bust. Sounds exactly like Justin Trudeau. Well, let's take a look. Now, it's not surprising because he was coaching Justin Trudeau for 5 years, since 2020, as his advisor. So let's take a look.
We will have to make some difficult choices, responsible choices. Federal government spending has grown.
Difficult choices, responsible choices. Do you mean like blowing the deficit out of the water? Like increasing our already unmanageable debt? Like that?
Massively over the last few years. That's not sustainable. We will cut wasteful government spending. We'll make massive investments in the things that grow our economy. Homes, new ports.
Okay, but those investments are still spending. So his whole thing is spend less, invest more. What that means is spend less and spend more. And what it really means is just spend more, right? And the investing is just subsidies for green boondoggles like carbon capture that couldn't exist without the subsidies.
Electricity grids, the major infrastructure that will unlock the full potential of Canada. We will have to make some difficult choices.
Oh, this ain't gonna end well. This ain't gonna end well at all. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So Mark Carney apologized to Donald Trump over the idiotic Reagan ad that they ran in the United States. Even Warren Kinsella here, lifelong liberal, saying this is so pathetic. Cowardly doesn't begin to describe it. Now, I'm not surprised he's saying this because he is as Trump deranged as anybody on the planet. So he would happily see Canada thrown into, medieval poverty if it means that he would happily see Canada thrown into medieval poverty instead of just dealing with Trump reasonably, right? Instead of getting an actual deal with Trump, he would prefer medieval poverty for the country over being reasonable and diplomatic. That's what he would prefer. He'd rather just tank the whole thing because he hates Trump so much. But let's get to hold on. Where did I have it? Hold on. Here we go. So, breaking, President Trump says he will not be resuming negotiations with Canada and says Mark Carney apologized to him over the ad. So, this is the end result of elbows up, of I can deal with Trump. I know how the world works. Pierre Poilievre will kneel before Trump. Really? I think he was projecting a bit.
What did you talk about with Prime Minister Carney? Are you, like Canada, going to resume negotiations?
No, but I have a very good relationship. I like him a lot. But what they did was wrong. He was very nice. He apologized for what they did with the commercial. Because it was a false commercial. It was the exact opposite. Ronald Reagan loved tariffs. And they tried to make it look the other way. And he did apologize, and I appreciated it. We had a great dinner, with other countries, as you know. And I think we have a very good relationship personally. I think that what they did was wrong, but he apologized.
What did you talk about with
Of course he loves Carney. He always has good things to say about Carney. Of course he does. Canadian money, Canadian investment, Canadian businesses are flooding down to the States. Of course he loves Carney. That's why he endorsed Carney, because he knew that was going to happen, because he knew about Carney. He knew that Carney was a net zero zealot, and he would and a radical leftist and progressive, and he was not going to create a good business environment for Canada. He would do nothing for that. That's why Trump wanted Carney. And of course, Trump couldn't be happier. Trump couldn't be happier with what's happening right now at Canada's expense, of course. But again, the calling up and apologizing thing, not exactly elbows up. It's more like ass up is what it is. So, how liberal voters respond to this? Because they were trained. They've been trained, actually, over the last 10 years by liberal politicians, by leftist politicians, by academia, by, political experts in the mainstream media to be completely, rabidly deranged about Donald Trump. They've been trained to be. They can't even think rationally, even to the point where they would want like a good trade deal if it means, acknowledging that Trump is human or something, right? So how will they respond to this? Carney apologized. That's not elbows up. That's not elbows up. He's supposed to take his elbow and smash Trump in the face with it. And he didn't do that. He apologized. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's going to go well. Let's see. So from Mark Nixon posted this. And actually, let's go back to the chat for a minute. Let's go back to the chat. Let's see. What are you guys seeing? I'm going to go back a little bit. Elf Support says, this makes me think of the Chinagate scandal around 1999 with Bill Clinton getting his 1996 re-election campaign financed by China. They became the first most favored free trade nation. So that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Big mistake. I mean, the idea was it was to liberalize China, right? So you liberalize the economy, free markets, and they were supposed to be, and wealth, make the country wealthier. And it was supposed to turn into, like an EU country or something, or Vermont or something. And that didn't happen. It just empowered the government to be totalitarian beyond their wildest dreams. So it seems like the whole thing was maybe a big mistake. Let's see. Let's see. All right, let's move on. Let's just move on. Because we're already 2 hours in, and we barely moved here. We've got to do a bit more Canadian news here, and we're going to move on to some other stuff. Pierre Poilievre says, take this poll. Which of these two men do you believe? Well, I think that the point of this is to show that Mark Carney's a liar, I think. Let's take a look.
We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations.
Well, if he meant, impoverishing the country, that's success. I don't think that's what he was talking about, though.
Won't transform our economy easily or in a few months. It will take some sacrifices, and it will take some time. We will need to do things previously thought impossible.
Yeah, I think his plan is to loot the country, and which is why we're getting a budget so belatedly, right? Because you got to spend the money, and before people know about it, and I think that's why we're getting. That's his plan is to loot the country for companies that he's either invested in or connected with in some way for Brookfield. And also just for his net zero zealotry, right? It's to loot every bit of wealth out of this country and max out the national credit card to turn Canada into a net zero laboratory. That's what's going on here. And again, that's why we're getting a budget so belatedly, because Canadians are not going to like it. All right, let's move on. So take a look at this. J.K. Rowling posted this, and here is Glamour UK, the dolls. So these are all trans people, right? And Glamour UK doesn't seem to have gotten the memo that we're not doing this anymore. This is over now, right? That doesn't work anymore. The virtue signaling is now more of a problem for you than a benefit, than an asset. Let's just say. J.K. Rowling says, I grew up in an era when mainstream women's magazines told girls they needed to be thinner and prettier. Now mainstream women's magazines tell girls that men are better women than they are. Yeah, but I mean, this is on its way out. And somebody forgot to tell Glamour UK about that. Not really. It's over. Zuby says the trans movement is easily the most misogynistic movement in modern history, especially because of its scale and mainstream acceptance. Well, it's things like birthing people. Birthing people. For all the women out there, right? For all the women out there, how does that make you feel when you hear birthing person? Do you feel dehumanized a little bit? Because it seems a bit dehumanizing, doesn't it? Birthing person? That sounds like something out of The Handmaid's Tale. Is that the point, to make it dehumanizing? To disconnect you from yourself, from your own body? Is that, it seems like that may be the purpose of it. Birthing person. Birthing person. This is like, I mean, if you're worried about the patriarchy, that seems like the most patriarchically dystopian thing you can imagine. Being reduced to a birthing person. I too was once a man trapped in a woman's body. Then I was born. You can't argue with Chuck. Let's see. All right. Now, biology rules, okay. There are 5 billion women in the world, yet none made it onto the cover of Glamour's Women of the Year issue. Not one. Isn't that strange? Let's take a look here.
We're about 2 weeks away from me.
This is at GB News in the UK.
We're about 2 weeks away from me winning Woman of the Year. So this whole thing is getting to. Niall makes a point about the end of civilization. Reem's right. It won't end civilization, and I don't believe that even Niall believes that the end of civilization is nigh. But civilization is built on a couple of basic truths, and one's that boys have willies and girls don't. And we are all grown-ups now, and we are still having this debate. It's such a shame, because there is such an opportunity for a magazine like Glamour to showcase women. This seems incredibly misogynistic. Take woke out of the equation. What are you doing? Are you telling me there aren't 9 other women that are much more worthy of being on the front page of Glamour? Of course there is. This is appalling, really. It's misogynistic. Of course it is. It's lying. And who is it pandering to? 0.03% of the population. The rest of us don't care. They need to just get on with their kinks on their own, I think.
Yeah. Now, there are 2 things that both of them can't be true. So it cannot be true that gender is a social construct. And for it to also be true that, like, a 10-year-old who watched the TikTok video and says they're born in the wrong body is definitely born in the wrong body. Like, those 2 things are incompatible. They can't both be true, right? And it doesn't take very long to see the mortal incoherence of this ideology, right? I mean, just saying that, right? Everybody should just say, okay, the whole thing is nuts. We need to throw it all out the window and reassess the situation, my friends. All right. Check this out. This is crazy from Walter Kern. Oh my God, they inverted Animal Farm. This is nuts. Okay. Mark Darling posted this. I noticed this description says nothing about Stalinism, but that could be an accurate reflection of a revisionist take by those adapting it. The point is that I had to wonder. Yeah, Animal Farm is about Stalinism, right? And it's not ambivalent. Animal Farm 2025 film. So they're making a new film of Animal Farm. Animal Farm is a 2025 animated adventure comedy film produced and directed by Andy Serkis. Gollum, no. Schmeagol, no. Which one was it? Was it Gollum or Schmeagol that made this? It must have been Gollum. With a script written by Nicholas Stoller, it stars Seth Rogen. That doesn't surprise me. these people, Woody Harrelson, Steve Buscemi, Glenn Close, blah, blah, blah. It is the third adaptation of the George Orwell novella, following the 1954 animated film and the 1999 live-action film, loosely following, I bet really loosely following, the plot of the novella. It serves as an allegory for consumer access and corporate corruption in the 21st century, and introduces new characters such as a piglet named Lucky, who serves as the audience surrogate. What did Walter Kern say there? What did Walter Kern say? They inverted Animal Farm. They have no shame. They have no shame. Just remember this. They have no shame. Their ideology must win by any means necessary. They are not afraid to look like fools. They don't care. JJ Nevada says, stinking commies. Allegory. It serves as an allegory for consumer excess and corporate corruption in the 21st century. You know, it's just madness, isn't it? It's just madness. And just shameless. And it feels like maybe, like a desperate attempt. Maybe they feel like they're losing, so they have to just they have to become more and more ludicrously desperate. It's bizarre and kind of fascinating in a way how shameless it is. But I'm going to say this right now. Shut up, commie. Commie gets nothing. Just crazy. I think we already saw that last time. Let's keep moving. What do we got? So, will there be an election in Canada? There's a lot of talk about that. There's a lot of talk that the Liberals feel like they will fare better in a Christmas election and get a majority. And they are blaming everybody else for wanting an election, who nobody else really does, actually. They're the only ones who seem to really want an election. But Government is Corrupt is saying Liberals are blaming Pierre Poilievre for an election if triggered, calling him the Grinch that stole Christmas. Interesting. In terms of the budget and the confidence motion, it's up to the NDP. They're the ones who will decide, and I think they will prop up the government.
Madam Speaker, it's Halloween, and we certainly want to wish a happy Halloween to all Canadians. There's another big holiday coming up. Canadians would like to have a Christmas, a holiday season in peace. No ads with the leader of the opposition, that Grinchy guy, screaming at them through their television screens or their telephone screens, Madam Speaker. Mr. The finance critic on the other side should stand in his place right now and tell Canadians they can be off the hook. We're not going to have an election. We're going to vote for that great Liberal budget. Madam Speaker, it's Halloween, and we speak to...
Everything I'm hearing is that the Conservatives absolutely do not want an election right now. They would prefer to wait until next year to allow the Liberal disaster, to continue to unfold. They think that would be in their benefit, and I think they're right about that. I think the NDP doesn't want an election. I think they're leaderless. Well, they have an interim leader right now, but they're going to choose a new leader in March. I'm going to predict right now it's either going to be the tree with a face painted on it or the photograph of a cloud that looks kind of like Greta Thunberg, but I don't know. But I think it's the Liberals that maybe want the election, right? I mean, they know they're going to have the entire media machine working for them. And I think there might be some hubris involved here, some arrogance. I'm not sure that they would win, actually. I don't think they would get a majority. I think they do worse than the last election at this point. Polling seems to be indicating that. But you never know. I will never overestimate the electorate in Eastern Canada ever again. I've learned my lesson on that. But I don't know. I think it would be a very risky move for the Liberals if they did actually want an election. Mark Nixon, the only party talking about a Christmas election is the Liberal Party. They mentioned election 20 times on Wednesday. Bloc doesn't want one. NDP is broke and leaderless. Conservatives ready to go. Everything falls on the Liberals. Brian Lilly nails it in this one. Yeah, let's take a look.
On one hand, we need to rein things in. It seems to be all over the place for the guy that we were all supposed to trust with the finances of being a central banker, Brian.
Well, it's still going to be a liberal budget, whether it's Mark Carney or not. And so they've got to have something in there for regarding gender and sexuality and, to show that it's a truly progressive budget. Remember, Justin Trudeau's one of his main demands when they were renegotiating NAFTA a few years ago was we need to improve the gendered language. He wasn't looking for market access for Canadian producers. He wanted to make sure that there was proper gendered language in there. That still is the sort of thing that resonates in the Liberal Party, even though they've changed leaders to Mark Carney. Look, will the budget pass or fail? I've been of the view that it will pass. They will find a way that we're not headed towards an election. And then the other day, I read a great piece by Fred Delory, who was Aaron O'Toole's campaign manager in the 2021 campaign. And he said, we are absolutely headed to an election. Talked to a bunch of people over the last little while, and I'm back to my position. We're only going to an election if Carney and the Liberals want one. They control the budget. They control what's in it. They need to present a budget that will find the support of one of the opposition parties, or have people not show up. The Conservatives have made some demands, including keep the deficit at $42 billion. Considering that was a Liberal projection on the deficit, I think that's valid. But of course, they can't do that. So they're calling the Conservatives unrealistic. But most of the chatter that I'm hearing about an election is coming from the Liberals in question period. I think they raised the election and claims that we're headed to a Christmas election 20 times on Wednesday. So it's the Liberals pushing this idea. And one Liberal told me, we are ready to go and we can win it. The Conservatives have the money, but they're not planning for this, but they have enough money already raised to run an entire national election campaign. The NDP doesn't have a leader. They don't have any money. And, the Bloc, I don't think they want an election either.
I think that the Liberals would be foolish to want an election. It was a close election, the last one. It came down to, I think, 8,000 votes in the ridings that really mattered that decided it. It was very, very close. Mark Carney cannot run on elbows up again, right? The elbows are down. The elbows have disappeared. He can't do it. Not after the performances, the fawning performances, the many fawning performances with Donald Trump. Okay, and now the news that he called up Trump to apologize for the ad, not very elbows up. So he's not got that anymore. And he's accomplished nothing. We've got a massive deficit coming with the budget. Canadians' lives have not gotten any better, and he's done nothing to demonstrate that as he said, he knows how the world works, and he's a deal maker and a negotiator. Well, we've seen no evidence of this. And his voters haven't seen any evidence of this. So I think it would be a foolish move. I mean, I think it would work out either a Liberal minority or a Conservative minority, quite possibly. So, but we will have to see. I do think the Conservatives would rather wait and let the disaster continue to unfold. Steve McKinnon believes there will be a Christmas election. This is from October 30th. Well, let's take a look at this. This is from Government Exa is Corrupt.
Are you still negotiating with?
All of them?
All of them?
Yeah, well, I don't know if negotiating is the word, but we're certainly hearing.
Are there any meetings scheduled up until now to the budget?
There have been many meetings. The finance minister, the prime minister, as you know, has had several meetings. Others, in my own case, yeah, we continue to talk to the
What
opposition.
are we headed towards election in English?
Well, I don't know. That's up to the opposition. I mean, in the case of Mr. Poilievre, he's determined to try and cause a Christmas election to perhaps, I don't know, maybe avoid the scrutiny that his party's giving him right now.
Giving the NDP more resources on the table to get their support for this budget?
Look, the NDP, I think, have made plain their request for that. You'll have to talk to them about
But is that on the table to get their support?
I don't get to decide for. I want to be very clear about this. The government does not decide on alone on support for opposition parties.
So I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I mean, I think they'd be foolish to want an election, but we will just have to see. My feeling is that they're going to end up, I don't know, giving something to the NDP, or there'll just be some NDP who don't show up, and the budget gets passed, and then next year probably we have an election. And while, again, I will never overestimate the voters in Eastern Canada, the Conservatives got a good shot next year. That's all I'll say. That's what the polling is indicating right now. But we'll have to see. Again, it's Canada. It's Canada. Canada might just be now eternally San Francisco, but freezing. Let's see. Sheldon Yakachuk. Holy shit. Researching for an article, this is terrifying. According to the 2021 census, 23% of the population, that's 8,361,000 people out of 36,991,000 people, were permanent immigrants born outside of Canada. That's 2021. Since then, Canada has admitted over 1.8 million new permanent residents, bringing the estimated total to about 10.2 million as of July 2025. Adding the 3 million non-permanent residents, the total foreign-born population is roughly 13.2 million out of 41.7 million, or 31.7%. That's crazy. That's liberal policies. That's empathy. That's compassion, right? That's progressivism. These are estimates given that the Liberals accidentally, on purpose, lost track of tens of thousands of people who just walked into Canada through Roxaborough, Quebec for the last 8 years. God knows how many. Total madness. All right, let's move on. What do we got here? Carney budget. I don't know if we need to deal with that right now. All right. Let's go back to the chat for a minute. What are you guys talking about? Let's see. I'm going to go back a little bit. Hey, Uncle Kumar, good to see ya. Dude never tells the truth. I believe he's talking about Carney there. Let's see. Nevada, did you mention Call Me Hatred? Well, I think there's been plenty of that tonight. All right. Rosie says, perfect, just added Call Me Hate. You just gotta wait on these streams. You just gotta wait. Spambot says, I don't care about a federal election. It won't matter. Well, I think Spambot is very firmly in the Alberta independence camp, and I don't blame him. You know, on that topic, Quebec has now put out some new some new, like, Quebec Constitution or something, which is this incredibly arrogant, ridiculous thing. Basically, it would just make them an independent country, but still sucking resources from the rest of Canada and Alberta. So I don't know what's going to go on with that. But I'm kind of at the point now, and I say this with no malice, because I love French Canadian people. I think they're awesome. A lot of them are really funny too, and I admire the way they refuse to crap on their own culture, the way they defend their own culture. I admire that. And I'm at the point, I mean, they almost got independence before, like in the 90s, right? So I'm at the point now, I'm just like, well, I don't know. Why can we have a referendum and then just on whether or not the rest of Canada wants to keep Quebec? Right? Just like they kind of want that. Why don't we just give it to them? And I'm not saying this with malice or anything like that. I'm saying if they want if they really want independence, right? Give it to them. Right? It would put the rest of Canada in a better financial position. And I just don't see why not. I mean, I can't. Why not just let them have it? Right. And then Western Canada can just form their own thing and we can do our own thing. And I don't know. I'm kind of at that point now. I'm kind of at that point. I mean, maybe I'll be surprised. I think that I disagree with Spambot that the next election won't matter. If we can get if next year, say we could get a conservative majority, Pierre Poilievre is going to have to prove to me that he means what he says. But I'm not totally black-pilled. I don't believe everybody's a plant. I'm not one of those guys. Everybody's a plant. Everybody's got a secret agenda. I don't think so. I think Pierre Poilievre means what he says. It's just a matter of whether or not he's got the balls to actually do it, right? End the foreign worker program, for instance, and really open up the economy, because that's going to be difficult. I mean, to take advantage of our resources is going to be hard. There's a lot of, there's like 80,000 Indian bands or nations, as they call them, standing in the way of that, but it can be done. You just need somebody who's going to who's not going to take no for an answer. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Radio streamer, how you doing? Good to see you. Spambot says we are getting a referendum vote. Yeah, I mean, I do think there is a big chance. Well, I'm saying there is a chance that Alberta does become independent. I don't think it's a given, but I think it's a definite possibility. And anybody who thinks that it isn't I don't think is paying attention. Nevada says liberals are really stinking commies. Yeah. Yeah, I'll bet you that, there are liberals and liberal cabinet ministers that are Guilbeault. He's probably a straight up communist. He says he's a proud socialist. I mean, Soviets called themselves socialists as well, right? Let's see. What else we got? Nevada says, radio, we need some more commie hate in here. There's been plenty of commie hate. Radio streamer says, I'm taking care of grandma. Commies wouldn't do that. Pretty anti-commie, if I do say so myself. Absolutely. Commies would send her to the glue factory in a second. Thank God you're there. Let's see. Spambot wants me to check DMs. Sent me something. Okay. Hold on. What have we got here? Let's see. What's this? All right. Let me get this into the, hold on. Let me get this into one of the folders here. Alberta Independence. Where's that? Where's that folder? Hold on. There it is. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. Oh, hold on. Did I just go past it? Hold on. Okay. One momento. There we go. Okay. So let's pull this up. All right, here we go. So what is this? This is from Spambot. Time for your opinion. This is from Concerned Canadian. If an election was called post the budget due to the Liberals failing a no confidence vote, what do you believe would be the outcome of the election? Let's see. Liberal minority, conservative minority, liberal majority, conservative majority. Well, I think it would be either a liberal minority or conservative minority. I'm going to err on the side of what I want, which is conservative minority, which is not exactly, that's what you want is a majority to actually be able to ram things through. But I'm going to say anyway, conservative minority. 38% of people in this poll, 38% say conservative majority. I don't see that. Although I suppose it is possible. Miles Buckley says, from an Albertan perspective, there is nothing that the rest of Canada can do to undo the decades of bleeding Alberta. I really don't care what happens in Ottawa anymore. Well, that's the sentiment of a lot of people there, and it's understandable. Totally understandable. The damage that has been done to Canada by progressivism, by Justin Trudeau reshaping the Liberal Party into his own image, the damage that's been done to the country, to the country's identity. Let's not forget that they called Canada a post-national state with no core identity and a ongoing genocide. All of this stuff, you almost can't describe the amount of damage that's been done. And then you add on the fact that really in the last election, I think you could say it was taxation without representation. I think maybe you could say that in every election, actually, because it just comes down to Quebec and Ontario. By the way, on Quebec separation, no Quebec in the last election, no Liberal government. That would have been a conservative win. But yeah, I mean, people feel like there, and I think they have a point, that it's taxation without representation because they don't get a proportional amount of representation for the population, right? The Maritimes get more seats with less people than the West, than the Prairies do. And it's designed that way, right? It's the same, Toronto too. Toronto has just been rigged for the Liberals, 100%. You need more votes for a seat in Alberta than you do in the GTA, right? So people say taxation without representation. They've got a point. Let's see. Shelley, how you doing? Good to see you. It says, wow, Carney lies. He lies a lot. He lies a lot. Let's see. Rosie says, Grandma Care is totally anti-commie. Way to go, radio streamer. It's true. Again, the commies, they just send her to the glue factory. Rosie says, we live in upside down world. Canada has no budget. U.S. has no government working. It's crazy, isn't it? And it's all because of the left. They're responsible for all of this. Rosie says, you missed my damn it compliment, Richie. Well, where was it? I don't know. I can't go too far back. Let's see. I don't know. I can't go too far. We're going to have to just keep moving. I'm sorry. Let's see. Uncle Kumar says, go Alberta. Anybody who says that it's never going to happen, we had like a troll on the last stream. You're never going to happen. Keep dreaming, blah, blah, blah. Do you know how unremarkable it would be to like everybody else in the world outside of Canada if Alberta became an independent country? Nobody would. Do you know how unremarkable, how uninteresting it would be to the vast majority of Americans, many of whom would never even know that it happened? This would not be a terribly shocking thing. There is a legal route to this. It's not even that difficult. Yes, there would be legal wrangling for years, but it's not like people act like this is some sort of thing like a 1 in a trillion chance, right? Like, no, that it absolutely could happen. Quebec almost separated. People seem to forget about this. Spambot says the only way Alberta can stay in Canada is one, eliminate supply management of dairy. That's going to have to go. Alberta needs its own control. Eliminate transfer payments. Get our oil and gas onto ships. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think you're going to get all those things, though, is the problem. I do think that if Pierre Poilievre had won, the movement would not have the momentum that it has now. It just felt like, for the West, it just felt like such a stab in the back from Ontario and Quebec, from Eastern Canada. It felt like such a stab in the back. You know, like, you don't fucking matter. It really, that Liberal win accelerated the process, immensely. Benbot says, if any one of those three is missing, we are done. Nevada says, never enough commie hate. It's true, there never is. Rosie says, good thing, damn it. And damn it, Rosie, are not a drinking game tonight. It's very endearing. He says, damn it, Rosie, just like my dad and brother. Now everybody's saying it. Now JJ's saying it. It's fun. It's an important part of this channel now. All right. Spambot says the apathy towards Federalists in my local area is palpable. Yeah. Stop. Don't say the U word, people. It's not funny. Uncle Kumar says Alberta leaving is the shakeup that Canada needs. The sooner, the better. I just need to know what's the latest I can move there. That's all I need to know. Spambot says if Alberta wins its secession, Saskatchewan and Yukon will soon follow. The best move would be for all of Western Canada. I mean, let's not forget in BC. I know it's like California North and all of that. Let's not forget it was very close in vote and in seats in the last federal election. BC would fit in too. BC is getting sick of the far leftism, right? All right. Trudeau's driver says in Quebec, 44 seats went to the Libs, 11 Conservatives, 1 NDP, 22 Bloc Québécois. I mean, that's one thing I wonder if the Bloc would want a quick election, because they'd have to do better than that now. I mean, that was actually a pretty bad showing for them. They lost seats. Spambot Fodder says BC is too commie, but it's changing. It's changing. It's really just Vancouver, right? If you look at the last election, and if you look at the provincial election, the BC Conservative Party, which is crap, by the way, terrible party, by the way, not conservative at all, but they ran on being conservative as a thing. They lied to everybody. But that was neck and neck, very close. I was shocked. It actually kind of renewed my faith in Canada again a little bit until after the federal election. But no, I think BC would fit in. It's changing. And now with these land claims with these these land judgments, like in Richmond, I think that people are going to wake up and realize we can't have luxury beliefs anymore. I think the NDP could get slaughtered in the next election, electorally speaking, right? I think that these land claims things, this is going to shake things up big time, because all of a sudden, it's getting real personal, right? Let's see. Nevada says BC has left coast disease. Well, but it's really it's like Victoria and Vancouver. The rest of BC is not. Again, if you look at the last election, very close. All right. What do we got going on? I guess we're doing a long one tonight, aren't we? Guess we're doing a long one tonight. Here we go. Mark Nixon. Tom Hodgson starts his press conference with another land acknowledgement. Meanwhile, cities across Canada are quietly dropping them. Yes, with this land title stuff, this Indigenous land title stuff, with these activist judges, this is not going to be a winning strategy. People are going to start freaking out. All of a sudden, shit is getting really real. When it comes to your home, to your fee simple title to your home that you've been paying into, you've been paying the mortgage, or you've paid it off. When it comes to that, when that's under threat, when all those boomers realize that their home equity is under threat, at least to lose a great deal of value in their homes, which is what they've been counting on, while they smugly went and voted for Mark Carney. This is going to shake things up big time, which is probably why the media is not talking about it very much.
Before proceeding, I'd like to acknowledge that we are here on the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and that it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. I also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by treaty.
Do you acknowledge that this shit is not going well? This shit is causing major problems. Okay, do you acknowledge that maybe it's time to stop this? Okay, because we can't just give away, we can't just remove private property rights from the country. Like we won't have a country. Okay, Canada will become the third world overnight. Do you acknowledge that? Like, I think it must be very confusing for them because they know this is a ticking time bomb. And the more people find out about what's happening, the worse it's going to be. Now BC is a little different than other provinces because a lot of it is not, there aren't prior agreements or treaties, say, but this sort of thing, and you've got this sort of thing will start happening. What's happening in BC will start happening across the country, and you've got activist judges now. Judiciary has been taken over by activist judges who don't care about the law. They care about wokeness and virtue signaling. This is going to be a big problem. All right, let's move. Let's keep moving. Let's see. So here's Pierre Poilievre. For the lighter side of politics, here's so for the lighter side of politics, here's Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, telling a saucy joke at an event in Toronto. So more of this, actually, more of this. Like, break through the narrative that the mainstream media is just doggedly pursuing regarding Pierre Poilievre. They're worried that he's too popular, so they're just constantly smearing him and framing him negatively, that he's scary and he's MAGA and blah, blah, blah. His tone. Whoever heard of an opposition leader taking a negative tone towards the policies of the party in power? Whoever heard of that before? Apparently, CBC had never heard of that before. But the constant negative framing, this is how you break out of it. It's just being human. Let's take a look.
And up. It reminds me of the lady who got married for her fourth time. And as she was leaving the wedding hall and driving with her new husband to the hotel, she said, "I'm feeling a little bit nervous." He said, "Why?" She said, "This is my first time being with a man." And he said, "Well, how is that possible? You've been married 3 times already." And she said, "Well, each of my prior husbands had a condition. My first husband had a heart condition. And so when we got back to the hotel room, he got so excited that sadly he died of a heart attack. My second husband had an eye condition. And so he didn't see a tree as he was driving back to the hotel, and he hit it and didn't survive the crash." And the man said, "What about your third husband? What was his condition?" She said, "Well, he was a liberal." And so every night he would just sit at the end of the bed and promise how good it would one day be.
So if he's going to break through, again, the constant negative media framing about him, and how he's negative and he's unlikable and blah, blah, blah. Just do more of this. Do more of the long form interviews, the social media stuff. Just keep doing that. That's going to break through. More people are watching that than the CBC these days anyway, right? Do that. That's the only way to break through. He's there. The mainstream media is never going to cut him a break. It's going to be that constant, perpetual drip, 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 drip of negative framing and drip, drip, drip of positive framing for Mark Carney forever. They're not going to stop. They're ideologues. And plus, I mean, there's self-interest involved. There's a perverse interest for them, for, Rosemary Barton's teleprompter, because Carney will pay them, will give them money. Let's not forget, he promised them an extra $150 million in the last election if he won. So the only way to break through the messaging, the fake messaging, the fake framing of the mainstream media, and it's all of it in Canada, is to do stuff like this. Do stuff like this that'll go a little bit viral. Do the long form interviews on social media. Do all of that. That's the only way to break through. Trump used it very effectively in last year in the election, and that is the way of the future. All politicians will have to do that in the future. The ones that it will work for are the ones that can seem human and that are actually likable. And Pierre Poilievre, when you see him in those interviews, is. Mark Carney is Mr. Burns. Mark Carney couldn't do a long form interview. He's totally reliant on the mainstream media framing him positively all the time. Nevada says he's no hobgoblin, Pierre. Yes, he's not. Pierre Poilievre is not a self-described elitist, globalist technocrat. And I'll add on to the end of that, hobgoblin. Trudeau Survivor says, Pierre nailed that joke. Yep. Trudeau Survivor says, why is Pierre so negative? Ray. I know. It's endless. It's shameless from the media. Trudeau Survivor says, BC, 20 Libs, 19 Cons, 3 NDP, 1 Green. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. BC is actually pretty close. I think BC, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, they would make a fine team as a separate country. And then you'd have access to the ocean. Spambot says BC is too commie. It's changing. Spambot, I used to think that too. I thought BC was completely lost, but my mind's been changed a little bit over the last year. I think there's hope. Let's see. Rosie says priceless changes his demeanor. Nevada says, I really wish he had won. Don't we all? Ugh. It's just that the Liberals, they need the Liberal voters just need to go down with the ship. Like I was talking to a friend of mine, he's a Liberal, says he's going to vote for him again. Vote for Carney again. Still vote for Carney again. And there's no reason other than just kind of vague stuff about empathy and the underprivileged. It doesn't make any sense. It's just all fashioned. I think it's just, and it's a good guy, smart guy, great guy, longtime friend. We'll always be friends, right? But, having long conversations, I mean, it's quite clear. It really just comes down to social programming and fashion. And it's sad to say, but it's unfortunate. But I think there are, in any election, it comes down to a small group of people changing sides anyway, right? It comes down to independence, small group of people changing. Let's see. Nevada says, I'm certain that he and Trump would have found some middle ground quickly. I think so too. I do think so as well. And Pierre Poilievre has different goals, right? Different interests. Like he doesn't have the perverse incentives that Mark Carney does with, his net zero obsession, and then all of his financial ties to net zero and net zero companies. And let's not forget, he was spending his time before he became prime minister influencing and lobbying governments to change policy, to get including the government of Canada, to because the EV and EV battery plants and EV car plants, debacle in Canada, the lost tens of billions of dollars. That has Carney's fingerprints all over it. And Carney was advising Trudeau at the time. Obviously, it was Carney's plan. But these are Mark Carney's perverse interests, right? Pierre Poilievre doesn't have those interests, right? What benefits Pierre Poilievre is Canada succeeding and then him succeeding as a politician. And I do think that he believes the things that he says. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. But maybe I'll be proven wrong. I'm not one of these people that will just doggedly just refuse to see reality. All right. I've changed my political views in my life already. I do not believe exactly the same things now that I did when I was 20. But I think that Pierre Poilievre, because he has different incentives than Mark Carney, it would have been much easier for him. And the benefit would have been there. Like, there would have been an incentive to get the deal for for Pierre Poilievre that's not really there for Mark Carney. Nevada says, with all that oil, you'd never need electric cars. Well, it's also true. Canada's a freaking frozen wasteland for a lot of the year, right? They don't work that well in frozen wastelands. All right. Where are we going next? We're 2 hours and 45 minutes in. Where does the time go? Let's see. What's this? I've already seen that. All right. We're starting to move through the tabs now. I don't want to deal with this one because we've done too much. Let's move on to memes. It's the meme time. In the meantime. All right. Maybe I need to take a quick bathroom break, though. I think that I do. Okay, hold on. Let's get on some noodle cooking shows for you, and I'll be right back. All right, listen. If we're going long tonight, I'm going to have more coffee. So I got some coffee going right now. I'll have to get back up in a couple of minutes to go get my coffee. But anyway, you'll be delighted to know that my bladder feels much better now. All right. I had forgotten so far tonight to try and implore those people watching on YouTube to subscribe to the new YouTube channel, Radio Baloney News. The one you're watching right now is the original Radio Baloney channel. And this is for the live streams and Canada news from now on. But all non-Canada stuff will be on Radio Baloney News. And as you can see, meme review. You got like some stuff laughing at woke reporters and trans indigenous for ice, all that stuff. That's on Radio Baloney News. Please go there and subscribe. It's a wonderful place. I think I just heard my coffee K-cup machine malfunctioning, as it does, which means I'm going to have to do work to get this goddamn coffee. All right. Give me a second. I'll be right back. All right, I think we're back on track. So now the coffee should be made, and then in a couple of minutes after, you just get up and get the coffee. Then we can start the whole stream. It's going to be wonderful. All right, everybody who's not subscribed to the channel, subscribe right now for some reason. Like the stream for some reason. Just go ahead and do it. You don't want to die. Let's see. Now, what do you guys talk about while I'm not here? Let's find out. I bet you it's bad. Let's see. See, now my chat is obsessed with conquering and ruling Greenland at some point. And this comes up in every single chat. They're very into it. It's like an obsession. Don't tell Greenland about it, whatever you do. Let's see. JJ, I've been working, Radio Streamer says this, I've been workshopping a state slogan for Greenland, either Bestland Greenland or Greenland more than frozen rock and minerals. I like it. Greenland more than frozen rock and minerals. Nice. And penguins. Is there penguins there? I don't know. Let's see. JJ Nevada says, Greenland, no trespassing. That's a nice one. I like that. That's the national slogan. No trespassing. Get off my land. Or from Nevada or Greenland, get the fuck out of here. Can we do Greenland? Get off my land. Can we do that? Nevada says, Greenland, land and die. That's a nice one. Rosie says, be seen and lean and clean, mean, lean Greenland. No trespassing. That one deserves a better rating. Be seen in clean, mean, lean Greenland. No trespassing. I like that better. That was a better rating. Nevada wants pillboxes all around the coast. Well, I mean, you need that to defend yourself from people who want to come and take your frozen rock and minerals. Rosie wants a tiara with real jewels. Of course. I think Greenland's full of jewels. Ivana says Fort Greenland. Nice. Trudeau Survivor says Greenland, no commies allowed. Obviously. Radio Streamer says commie free Greenland B. Commie free Greenland B. I like it. That's a good national slogan as well. Vada says I had too much coffee. Let's see. Spambot says rise up, Alberta. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, by the way, if you lose calibration on K-Cup machines, you can actually reprogram each button to stay in the length of time you hold it. You'll have to look it up, but it's easy. There's just one thing you haven't considered here, Radio Streamer. I'm not doing that. I'm just going to buy a new damn K-Cup thing. I'm not doing that. Look, I don't like this kind of stuff. I don't like programming things. I mean, somehow I magically, amazingly got this whole live stream thing going, right? And it works okay. It works okay now, as long as I change nothing. Okay? My K-Cup thing is working fine as long as I change nothing. I know what to do. The grounds get stuck in the needle thing, and then I have like the twisty from the bread thing, and I stick that in there, and it works again. It works again. Now you want me reprogramming buttons? You can reprogram buttons on a K-Cup coffee machine? Who ever heard of such a thing? First off, I think that's absurd. I think you're just fucking with me. I don't think there's any way to reprogram those buttons. I think that's crazy. I think you're messing with me again. And this is my only problem with the chat, is they're constantly messing with me, constantly telling me to update things, constantly telling me to get new apps and do this and that. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. I don't want to. You know what I don't like? I don't like change. I don't like changes to my software. I don't like updates, right? Updates are just this crazy thing that the Chinese thought up, and there's some warehouse in China somewhere with a bunch of Chinese people, and they got like 1,000 computers in there and phones, and they're just sending out all these crazy update things to everybody all around the world just to fuck up the world economy. Because the second you press the update thing, guess what? Software don't work anymore. Worked great before. They told you it's going to be even better. There's all these magical new things. All these magical new features are going to work so great. And then you go to use your computer and it doesn't work anymore. And that was their plan all along. That was China's plan all along, to bring down the West. I'm telling you, that's happening right this second, every second of every day. And now you're telling me that I should be reprogramming the buttons on my K-Cup coffee maker. Makes me wonder where you're from. Where are you from? How well does anybody really know Radio Streamer? How well does anybody really know him? Where is he from? Where is he calling from? Is he chatting from China? China, perhaps? I don't know. Because all I know is that no good, God-fearing Westerner would want me going insane trying to reprogram the buttons on my K-Cup coffee maker. That's crazy. That's what somebody who hated me would tell me to do. Whole thing would probably just blow up and kill me, actually. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the plan. Nah, Radio Streamer's all right. Radio Streamer's okay in my books. I can't stay mad at you, Radio Streamer. Let's see. That was just the syphilis talking. That was just the spirochetes talking. Radio Streamer saying, nope, I reprogram my neighbors. It just changes the time each... No, I'm not going down that rabbit hole again. Stop it. You know what that does to me? All right. Rosie, don't even go there. Don't even go there with the can you guys hear Richie thing. Don't even go there. Stop messing with me. I can see the line on the mixer here. I know that you guys can hear me. But now it's in the back of my mind that maybe you guys can't. Nope, not going there. Not going there. Spambot says, my coffee machine was one button, and that's the way they should all be. I think we can all agree. Chef Rico, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Don't do this to me, people. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose it on you. Spambot, there. I hear him just fine. Thank you, Spambot. Somebody who actually cares about me, cares about my mental health. Thank you. Thank you so much. Spambot, they're messing with me, Spambot. That's what's happening. Elf support saying, I can hear him. Try reloading, refreshing the page. You don't understand how cruel they are. They can hear me just fine. They're just trying to fuck with me. They're trying to drive me insane. That's what they're trying to do. All the work I put into this, too. All the love and the passion that I pour into this. Chef Rico says, we're messing with them. I knew it. I knew it. Started to make me angry, but because I get paranoid. All right. Somebody who is new to this channel just thinks that I'm a raving lunatic, probably. All right. So now the coffee did brew, and it's waiting for me. I'm going to get it. I'll just be another couple of minutes. Then we can just keep going. And we're going to go long tonight, so I'm going to need the coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Oh, good Lord. Rosie, what an angel. What an earth angel. Rosie's done a $2 rant for the channel. Here we go. Appealing to my greed will take you everywhere on this channel. Best person ever. Best person ever. I don't care who your heroes are from history. All human garbage compared to Rosie. Thank you for the Rumble rant. One more time. I love it. I love money. Any amount of money. Let's see. I guess we should probably get back to the stream, to what we were talking about. Let's see, what are we talking about? Where are we next? We've done all that. We're going to do memes. Here we go. So from Declaration of Memes, what's this? Says, trust the science has never been anything other than a marketing term that means shut up and obey. 100%. Trust the science trademark, right? The science is different from science. So the science is what you see on CBC or BBC or MSNBC or CNN. That's the science trademark. Okay. That's the stuff that you can't question, that nobody can question, right? They don't even have to show you the evidence. You just have to believe. It's faith. The science is faith-based, right? And the funny thing about the science, too, is that if you don't agree with the science, like, for instance, that the world is going to go up in flame from global warming next week, because like a Greta Thunberg might predict, right? When it doesn't do that, the science says, well, science changes. So now it's 2 weeks from now that the world is going to end. That's the science. And it just does, it does mean shut up and obey. Let's see, what's this? Planet of memes, never give up. So what's this? It's never too late. Ray Kroc joined McDonald's at 52. So these are like later life success stories. Never give up. Henry Ford started Ford at 40. Harlan Sanders started KFC at 65. Wayne Butler won an argument with his wife at 44. And he's happy. He's happy. That's a good one. I like it. Yet never give up. Never give up. Your dreams can come true. Mostly peaceful memes. Let's see. My taxes pay for people's Snap. They buy junk food with it. Well, that's true. That's why there are so many morbidly obese people on food stamps. Let's see. They're fat and unhealthy. My taxes pay for their health care. My taxes pay for people's Snap. So, yeah, it's this vicious cycle, isn't it? So, apparently, once you go on food stamps, you immediately put on 100 pounds in like 3 weeks for some reason. And then you have terrible health and need other people to pay for your health care for you. So it's this vicious cycle. And the whole point of this is to get Democrats elected. So because they're promising to keep like vampires sucking the blood out of this guy who's paying for it all. Let's see. Declaration of memes. Don't feed the bears. It might make them dependent and unable to feed themselves. I wonder where this is going. Let's see. You mean like welfare programs? The point of welfare programs was supposed to be temporary. And somewhere along the way, it became permanent. So you just stay on it forever. And it wasn't designed for that. But leftists like that. Because they want people dependent on them, so they'll keep voting for them. Let's see. It's time to wake these neighbor kids up. It's time to wake these neighbor kids up. Planet of memes. Let's see. One copy of 1984 per child, please. Just take one. Don't take a handful. Just take one. This is the best Halloween treat of all. Somewhere along the way, leftists decided that this was a handbook and not a warning. And they're acting accordingly. What do we got next? Planet of memes. How to eat candy corn. Let's see. How to eat candy corn. Open bag, pour candy corn into trash can. Eat a Reese's peanut butter cup. Who invented candy corn, by the way? The grossest candy of all time. Open bag, pour candy corn into trash can. Yes, nobody's ever liked candy corn. It's just that if there's nothing else, then you'll have that. If there's just nothing else with sugar in it, sugar and chemicals in it, you'll have that. But nobody wants it. It's like the Eat More bar. Worst bar of all time. I have a theory about the marketing for the Eat More bar because it's just a gross bar. I don't even call it a candy bar. It's just gross. It's just like this flat thing of like chemicals and I don't know, maybe it's made out of like roadkill or something. But the Eat More bar, I have a feeling like the marketing department went, they tried it and they went, oh, this is terrible. It's a terrible bar. We'll never be able to sell this. How could we possibly sell this? What could we possibly tell people that will make them eat this? And they thought, we'll just tell them to eat more. They'll have the first bite. They won't want any more, but we'll just say eat more. And that was it. They went, that is brilliant. They'll have no choice. They'll have the first bite. They'll hate it. But then they'll have to eat more because it says it on the packaging. Nothing else makes sense to me. Let's move along. This is what you'll get if you don't vote for someone else. Eddie. Let's see. So New York, talking about the mayoral race in New York, and it's a given. the global intifada communist, Zoran Mamdani, will be the next mayor of New York. This was a perfect confluence of misfortunes. The main competition is Andrew Cuomo, who's despised, right? And just a terrible guy, a terrible person. I mean, he'd still be better than Zoran Mamdani because at least he's not a global intifada communist, which is about as bad as you can get. But still terrible. Just the worst possible candidate to run against Zoran, right? If you wanted to win, somebody that could beat him. This is one of those moments in history, right? Where you go, it just would have been like just everything conspired to get the worst possible person to run the financial center of the world. It is not going to go well. Let's see. See, there's a Statue of Liberty with the burqa and the Sharia rules and holding the Palestinian flag. Statue of Submission. Submission. Well, I believe that is what Islam means, doesn't it? It means submission. So, yeah, not great. Not great. Bad for New York City. Let's see. I thought you might enjoy this. This is just satire. Daily Gondor. So this is obviously styled after The Guardian, the very far-left paper in the UK. Victory of the Fellowship of the Ring is a loss for diversity. From Ladra Grabgold. Let's see. Unlikely success of Rivendell-funded extremists has opened the floodgates of unbridled orcophobia. Poor Uruk-hai have begun leaving Gondor even before Aragorn II's coronation. Too late for regrets. Monstrous betrayal of the Dark Lord Sauron and the rise of the elf right, the elf right and the alt Rohirrim has left many orcs devastated and fearful for their lives, forcing many to flee the west they peacefully enjoyed. Yeah, this is The Guardian. That's why this is so effective. This is why this is so funny, because this is what The Guardian would write if it were in Middle Earth. Saruman would probably be the editor. All right, let's move on. What else have we got? Happy Halloween. This is grim but accurate. Grim but accurate. Let's see. Imagine looking like this and thinking you're right about anything. Right about anything. Yeah, this is just a litany of wrong choices. I mean, literally everything in this photograph is the wrong choice. There's not one thing. There is not one thing in this video that you can say, well, that's okay. It's just all of it's terrible. Reminds me of the mean elf in A Christmas Story. Remember that one in A Christmas Story? Where that kicks Ralphie in the face or, uses his foot to push Ralphie down the slide. Remember that? Hold on a second. I think Nevada had a great idea here.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
I don't know. Is it this? Hold on. Is it, where's that damn button? Is it this?
The age of men is over. The time of the orc has come.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, it's the time of the orc. The time of the orc. Let's see. What's this? Mirthful moments. Hi, Doc. I'd like to have one of my fingers removed. Clearly, you are mentally unwell. That's what the doctor says. Hi, Doc. I'd like to have my penis removed. You're an inspiration. The thing is that in Canada, you can actually have your fingers removed. They'll just do it. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second here. Probably should have pulled this up earlier. Let's see. Quebec. Man has fingers removed. by Dr. Let's see, where was it? There's a story. I did a video on this. Here we go. Did a video on this back when it came out back in 2024. Hold on. So this is how crazy Canada is, right? This is how bad it is in Canada now. How batshit crazy Canada is. Quebec man has 2 healthy fingers amputated to relieve body integrity dysphoria. And it's not the first time amputation has been used as a treatment for the rare condition of thinking that you were born in a body that really only had what? That has 2 less fingers than it actually has. Rare condition of thinking that you have too many fingers. Let's see. It might be mental illness. That's an option. He might not have been born with too many fingers. Maybe he has the perfect amount of human fingers. Maybe his amount of fingers is the perfect amount for a human being. Ever since he was a child, he'd had incessant, intrusive thoughts about his left hand's 4th and 5th fingers. The sensation that they weren't his, that they didn't belong to his body. At night, he'd wake from nightmares that his fingers were burning or rotting. Geez, I wonder if he's mentally ill. Nah, it can't be that. He was just born with too many fingers. He just cut them off. This is how insane Canada is now. You can't even do the meme because Canada ruined it. All right. That's all we did with all that. All right. Let's do a little bit to chat, then we'll move on. We're actually starting to make some progress across these tabs here. All right. Chef Rico says that has some they-them energy. It sure does. They-them is mentally ill. Batshit crazy, JJ says. All right. We better keep moving. We're already 3 hours and 17 minutes into this shit show, into this train wreck of a stream. Let's see. This is who will show up at your door if you post offensive memes in the UK. Look at this. I mean, I guess it's good that they're hiring female police, because at least like when they come to arrest you for accurately describing reality on Facebook, they won't be able to get into your house because the police force is too weak now, too physically weak. Neither of them had any luck there. Neither had any luck. So yeah, I guess at the end of the day, if they're not going to like actual, arrest people for actual crimes or try and stop any actual crimes, I guess at least it's a good thing that they can't actually get into your house to arrest you for posting a meme. What do we got here? Vittorio says, just perfect. So let's listen to this. So the people of the UK are starting to demand that their voices be heard because what they've witnessed is insane. Let's take a look.
That's what it seems like. It seems like racist equals white, because no black man can be racist to me. If I criticize a Jew, I'm an anti-Semite. If I criticize an Islamic, I'm an Islamophobe. What are you if you criticize me? What are you if you try and replace me? What are you if you try and tell me I'm wrong for wanting to protect my children? Apparently, you're a perfectly reasonable person, but I'm a racist for wanting to protect my future. No, bullshit. I don't accept the 14 words as a thing. I think it's ridiculous that anyone could even say that they own this concept, as every human thinks this thing. Black people go on and on and on about black. Asians, like Indians, will tell you that India is the best at this. This is Indian, that's Indian, everything's brilliant that is Indian. Good for you. You love your people. I'm glad for you. I love mine. But don't call me on a racist just because you don't like the word white. If you don't like the word white, maybe you shouldn't live in a white country. Like, really, if you don't like white people, go away. White people live here.
See, the left will call that white supremacy. That is just somebody demanding his dignity. That's all that is. But of course, I mean, they will try, the left, I'm sure in the comments, they trot out the old magic spell, white supremacist, racist, blah, 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 blah. The spell's broken. Nobody gives a shit anymore, other than the people hurling out these absurd accusations. It's ridiculous. The magic spell is broken, and you don't need to apologize for you don't need to apologize for being white or being from the West. You don't have to apologize for your history, right? You can be proud of it, actually. If everybody else is proud of theirs, right? Well, you get to be proud of yours as well. And it's pretty freaking impressive, by the way. Pretty damn impressive.
I'll be honest, I'm really sick of it. I'm sick of us being exceptionalized. This is happening every Western country. What we used to call Christendom is under attack by its own people, by its own elite. And we're supposed to just sit here and be arrested for having an opinion. No, I'm not a racist because I'm white. I'm a racist because I'm a human. Every fucking human is racist. It's normal to love your own people more than you love other people. It's normal. The creation of the word racist doesn't suddenly make me an evil person. It's a concept. It's not even a real thing. It's called in-group bias and out-group bias. It's genetics. It's frustrating, to be honest, that these questions even exist.
Well, the thing is, the left is for that. In-group dynamics, in-group preferences for everybody else. They celebrate it for everybody else. This is just evolutionary biology. It doesn't mean that you hate everybody else. It doesn't mean that you think you're the master race or something, right? It's just what he said is 100% true. And I'm glad that, it's finally, people are finally starting to raise their voice. I mean, in the UK, this is happening in a very big way, right? The big rally that Tommy Robinson had, there must have been 1 million people there. They're ahead of Canada on this, for sure. But Canada's heading in the same direction. Look, when you create an outgroup, which is what has happened all across the West, right? So the left has turned white people into an outgroup. And it's inevitable that when you create an outgroup, that outgroup becomes its own in-group. Obviously. This is as predictable as anything, as the sun rising in the morning. So it's just simply a product of the left's insanity. And again, it's not bad. If it's good for everybody else, it's fine. And it doesn't mean that you hate everybody else or you want to enslave the world or anything like that. At least not in Western society. There are some ideologies like that around that aren't from the West. But in any case, yeah, it's all as predictable as anything, right? Eventually, people are going to start defending themselves and demanding their own dignity. And as he says, they're just going to stop caring about the names they're being called. Here, absolutely horrific call. A London woman calls in and cries her eyes out in desperation. Let's listen to this.
Oh, I live in the borough right next to Hillingdon.
Yep.
And so I moved into my house in 2019. My local shop, there's been 3 stabbings, 1 murder since then.
Wow.
My friend was murdered last year up on the high street. Girl I know was murdered in Southall Park. The government are failing us. I'm so scared for my children. I have a 22-year-old son, and I'm begging him to move out of the country.
Oh my goodness, I feel for you.
What are these politicians doing to us? They're putting our children in so much danger. They're putting everyone in danger, and they're not doing nothing to help us.
And that's the thing. A lot of us feel. How many is too many?
They're pushing us to do something that we don't want to do. We are peaceful people. British people never revolt. against their government.
Yeah.
They're going to push us through it because they're not listening to us. Our friends, our family are dying. I had a cousin murdered 20 years ago who was stabbed to death, and nothing's changed, Julia.
I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'm sure I speak for everyone listening and watching right now. My heart goes out to you, and that's the reality.
I don't leave the house without a man.
You're that worried.
Well, everyone I know is getting stabbed. They're getting raped in parks. This is where I live, not where the politicians live.
Do you think that's part of the issue, that they don't live in the real world?
Keir Starmer, if you're listening to this, please do something.
Oh, Keir Starmer will do something. You'll have her arrested. Probably had the police at her door 10 minutes later. Marty up north says, if you want to know what Canada's future looks like, just watch what's happening in the UK. Yes, it's totally predictable if we keep going in the same direction. It's totally predictable. Of course, it happens everywhere, right? France, Germany, Sweden, everywhere. Sweden now, Sweden's, I think Sweden is now the rape capital of Europe. Sweden, progressive feminist Sweden, right? Every single place. It's what happens. So it's dark. It's very dark. All right, let's move on. So Jamil Giovanni posted this, conservative MP in Canada. Liberals want the power to decide which Bible verses you can read at church. So Canada Proud, he's responding to Canada Proud posting this clip. Every single Christian in Canada needs to hear about this. Spread it far and wide. And you'll notice he talks about one particular religion for some reason. One particular religion, the only religion they ever talk about. Let's see.
Just use the chair's prerogative for 2 seconds to ask a follow-up question to Mr. Ross. And as despicable and as unlawful, I believe the statements made by Mr. Sharkawi were and would be if they were stated again. We don't know why the prosecution chose not to continue with the charges. And perhaps it is to Mr. Fortin's point. I just want to dig in a bit about the concept of good faith, Mr. Ross. In Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Romans, there's other passages, there is clear hatred towards, for example, homosexuals. I don't understand how the concept of good faith could be invoked if someone were literally invoking a passage from, in this case, the Bible, but there are other religious texts that say the same thing, and somehow say that this is good faith. I mean, clearly there are situations in these texts where these statements are hateful. They should not be used to invoke or be a defense, and there should perhaps be discretion for prosecutors to press charges. I just want to understand what your notion of good faith is in this context, where there are clearly passages in religious texts that are clearly hateful.
And yet, in a Christian country, certainly a culturally Christian country, you've got gay marriage, you've got pride parades, all of this that somehow happened in spite of all of the hate that he sees, right? There's another religion that he's not mentioning right now, where the Pew polling data on it is pretty explicit that they are not fans in a way that Christians may not be fans. There's another religion where they hang gay people from cranes or throw them from rooftops. Doesn't mention that one for some reason. Doesn't mention it. Where the countries where they don't have pride parades, they definitely don't have gay marriage. Why doesn't he mention that? Is it because it's two-tiered? It's because it's with progressives, everything is just arbitrary use of power and ultimately violence? Is it something to do with that, I wonder? These liberal party, and they're not liberals, by the way. They're not liberals. These are radical leftists. He is a radical leftist, Every one of them. Mark Miller, radical leftist. Every one of them, every single person in the Liberal cabinet, every single person in the party is a radical leftist, a radical progressive. Let's see. Dallas Brody says, and she's responding to this from Cat Canada, says, no graves in Kamloops, no genocide, no wrongs left to reconcile, no land, cash, or power grabs, no looking back. The future is for all. One BC, one Canada. She's from One BC Party. Cat, and she's responding to this post from Cat Canada. This is how crazy Canada is. NDP Leah Gazan reintroduces her bill to recognize residential school denialism as a form of inciting hate. She says what happened at the schools was a genocide and calls on the government to take on this bill and to honor the gift that survivors provided to Canada. Now, Dallas Brody here, she's saying, no graves in Kamloops. That's what this is about, right? There are no bodies. The whole unmarked graves thing was not real. It is a deception or a hoax, whatever you want to call it. That's evident now. Nothing was produced by the initial $12 million that was given to the Kamloops band to do a dig and to supposedly find the bodies that are definitely there, except nothing ever happened and the money disappeared. And it's clear to all at this point that they're not there. And there's no intention of doing a dig because they know there's nothing there and all of the leverage is lost. So let's just cynically continue to traumatize the nation. Let's hear this.
Today I will be reintroducing my bill to recognize residential school denialism as a form of inciting hate. You know, it's been over a decade.
Of course, anything radical left is the opposite of what it actually means, right? So she's talking about denialism is in this context is accurately describing reality. So saying that there are no bodies have been found. That's an accurate description of reality. There's no actual evidence that there are any bodies there. That's an accurate description of reality. So it's reframed and redefined as denialism. They're not using words to communicate. They're using words to manipulate.
Since the release of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Canada. And since that time, we have seen, since the discovery of unmarked graves, an increase in denialism.
Okay, truth and reconciliation requires truth. There is not a discovery of bodies. There are unmarked graves have not been discovered. Okay, the ground penetrating radar that saw the anomalies is nothing. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't tell you anything. So there is no discovery of unmarked graves. That's just not true.
About what occurred in the residential schools. This is horrific, particularly because all members of Parliament unanimously supported my motion in 2022 to recognize what happened in residential schools as an act of genocide, the first genocide that was recognized within Canadian borders. At a time...
This is because words including genocide don't mean anything anymore, right?
Where we are looking at, once again, building a nation on the backs of Indigenous peoples around our lands, territories, and resources in the name of national interest in violation of constitutionally enshrined Indigenous rights.
Well, if it's all an illegitimate project, then what does constitutionally enshrined rights mean to you? Like that's a product of colonialism, right? So why would you even recognize that in the first place? This is the game, right? This is the game of cherry picking. And let's continue.
If this government is serious about reconciling with Indigenous people, it must ensure the protection of survivors. It was the stories of survivors and our families that put us on a path towards reconciliation. So I'm calling on the government to do the right thing, to take on this bill, to support this bill, and truly honor the gift that residential school survivors provided to Canada. Thank you.
So the path to truth and reconciliation is to ban the truth, to make the truth illegal. I think that the unfolding, I think what's going to be a catastrophe, the unfolding land claim situation is going to unravel all of this. Because when people start to realize that their life's work is at risk, right? Their home, things are going to change. All of a sudden, virtue signaling and land acknowledgements is gonna hit a little bit different. This is Canada's top military general. So if you want to know, all right, so this is public, this is posted by Geiger Capital, and this is Canada's top military general. So if you want to know why Canada is no longer respected around the world, why we're seen as deeply unserious and ridiculous, basically just a big national Monty Python sketch, it's stuff like this. Let's take a look.
Systemic racism, racial discrimination, and harassment are an affront to these values, and yet we allowed these injustices to occur and fester within our ranks. Therefore, on behalf of the Canadian Armed Forces, I offer my most sincere and deepest apologies. I apologize to every CAF member, veteran who experienced racism, discrimination, and harassment. And I acknowledge we failed you. Systemic racism.
What is this? Canada's top general. Canada's top general? Like, you could be mistaken for thinking this is like the HR person at your local bank, right? Canada's top general. When I say that, once the mind virus, the woke mind virus, the idea pathogen takes over an institution, that when that happens, that the institution ceases to be about its original function. In this case, defending Canada and being really good at killing its enemies, right? It ceases to be about that and becomes about the mind virus and spreading the mind virus. And this, there's no more perfect illustration of that than this. There is no better example than this, of this weeping, woke woman who's become the top general in the country. Okay. Her obsession is virtue signaling and wokeness. That's her obsession. That's what she's concerned with. Okay. Nothing better illustrates the deleterious effects of wokeness, of having your institutions taken over by woke zombies, by people who have been parasitized by an idea pathogen, by radical progressivism, by wokeness. This is it's beyond embarrassing. Geiger Capital says this is Canada's top military general. She is crying while apologizing for systemic racism, which doesn't exist, and discrimination in their forces. A deeply unserious country. This is how Western civilization dies. This is the example for everybody under her in the military. This is the example. This is a joke. This is pathetic. This is Canada being a cautionary tale for the rest of the world. This is the country being remade in the image of Justin Trudeau and his magical socks. This is what 10 years of unmitigated, unrestrained ideology can do to your country. This is it. She's a figurehead for the fall of Canada, for the utter and total loss of respect for this country around the world. Right here, this is the figurehead right here. What an embarrassment. What are people saying? Here's Gad said, a society dies when it cares more about exhibiting infinite tolerance and empathy than invoking its survival instinct. Gad said, I do believe that's exactly what she's doing. Let's see. What's this one? Jack Russell. Let's see. Classical liberty. Math, racist. Climate change, racist. USA, racist. Man with 14 priors slashing a girl's neck, yelling, got that white girl, not racist, apparently, in the upside down world of the woke. Let's see. This is Canada's military. They are going through their drills, getting ready to defend the Great White North from the U.S. invasion. It probably is. Wonder why they're having trouble recruiting. I wonder why they're having trouble recruiting the kind of men you actually need in your military. I wonder why. Just invade us already. Just invade us already, whoever. It's got to be better than this. Let's see. Liberals announced $500 million to help fight for gender identity, equality, and safety. It just never stops. Posted by Bruce McGonigal. It never stops. This is the thing about progressives, right? They have to keep progressing. It can never stop. It can never be far left enough. If you're standing still, that means you're right wing. That means you're a Nazi. You got to keep going. You got to run to the left as fast as you can forever. You can never stop. Otherwise, somebody might start suspecting that you're at right wing. Let's see what's going on here. Because Lord knows Canada has $500 million to spare on nonsense, on gibberish, on left-wing gibberish. Lord knows. I mean, Lord knows that Canada is just a hellhole for women and gender equality. I mean, it's basically, it's Afghanistan and Canada, neck and neck. Let's take a look.
I see you, our government sees you, and we have heard you. So today, I am pleased to join Minister Champagne and Minister Gomasti and all of us here to announce stable, predictable, and ongoing funding to advance gender equality and inclusion across Canada.
Big. Thanks to you.
Can somebody tell them that The Handmaid's Tale is just a novel? And none of them read the novel. It's just a TV show. It's just a TV show. It's not real. That's not where you live. In the Handmaid's Tale world, you wouldn't be able to make The Handmaid's Tale the TV show. All right? Oh, she's getting another one getting emotional. I mean, if somebody gave you $500 million, you'd probably get emotional too, though.
This is over $500 million investment with help to ensure that women and gender diverse Canadians can live in safety and contribute fully to Canada's growth. I see you.
Continue to contribute to. Without that $500 million, all women in Canada would be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, right? All of them. I mean, you need that 500 million is crucial. You know, the disparity between, you know, men and women in university, there's more women now graduating. It's not big enough yet. I remember, I thought it was supposed to be parity, by the way. I thought it was 50-50. It turns out, no, they just want everything. I'll tell you what you don't see many of. You don't see many women on those garbage trucks that come by every week. Don't see many of them. You don't see many women plumbers. There are some. You don't see many of them. You don't see many. Maybe that's what this 500 million. Maybe part of that is to force women to do jobs they don't want to do. They can shame them into it somehow. Let's see. This is the same batch of government MPs that said nothing after 2 lesbians were thrashed by a gang of Middle Eastern men in Halifax last year. Yeah, that story went away quick. No charges laid in that heinous assault, despite the vicious homophobic assault being caught on video, which went viral. Well, you see, the thing is, though, it wasn't white supremacists that did it. You know, those white supremacists that are hiding under everybody's bed, around every corner. Never seem to really find them anywhere. They don't ever really show up. But the media, the liberals, you know, they assure us they're definitely there, and you should be scared of them. The Middle Eastern guys, diversity or something. What a mess this country is. Here we go. Some more wasted money. FP Champagne says the Liberals will be making generational investments into DEI. What that means is it'll take generations to pay it off, to support women, girls, and the 2SL, you know what it is, community. I'm pretty sure the entire Canadian government is fucking retarded. The question is it all just cynical politics, or are they really this dumb?
2025 will include generational investments designed to grow our economy and build a stronger Canada and even a stronger Canadians. Every person in our nation, regardless of their gender, regardless of their background, regardless of their identity, must be able to live free from violence and harassment and to participate fully in our country's success, in our country's future. The reality. But
he says everybody, but it's almost like he doesn't mean everybody. It's almost like he means only these people. He seems to, the Liberals only care about certain people that they can virtue signal about. Because that violent crime is that's been going up. That's been getting worse and worse every year. And they don't seem to be very concerned about that. Certainly their policy decisions, their legislation does not reflect any concern. They seem to be quite fine with it. In fact, they seem to be fine with a lot of people not feeling safe. But there's some people that they're worried about, though. Some. Only some people. So I translated that for you. All right, let's move on. FBI, actually, we don't know much about that yet, so we might as well hold off on that. Let's see. I want to show you guys something funny, and then we'll get to the chat. So on the next premium stream, on Monday for the premium stream, I got a whole bunch of these. It's Sopranos, The Next Generation. So this guy, E.M. Lowe's, took the Sopranos and put them in all these Star Trek The Next Generation episodes. And it's hilarious. And I've got a ton of them. And there's lots of them. This one I haven't watched. Part 1 of 2 of Existential Therapy, Sopranos, The Next Generation. We'll watch one of these, but I think I'm not sure how this is going to go with copyright. So we'll watch one and we'll watch the rest of them on the premium stream, because those are my low effort streams.
Most people find a counselor intimidating at first. It's okay if you feel that way toward me.
I don't feel nothing. Nothing. Empty.
I'm not a father to my kids, not a husband to my wife. I'm not a captain to my crew. I'm nothing.
Let's push the Prozac to 60 milligrams.
Sure, why not?
Junior, you all right?
Starfleet boy gets hit at fucking DeSoto. Running his mouth about the Jack Crusher hit. Is that what him and my other cop was talking about behind my back on that fucking Enterprise?
Chucky and I spoke to Donnie P and the thing. It's happening tomorrow.
That quick. Good.
Yeah. Klingons. It'll never lead back. They gotta be subdued in this place.
It was pretty good. The other one I watched was funnier, though. We'll save the rest of them.
People find a
We'll save the rest of them for the premium stream, though. Oh, God damn it! I just accidentally closed the thing. Oh well, we've been going forever anyway. Far Left Extreme. This one we'll save. We're getting late. We're almost 4 hours into this one. Let's see. Let's check this out. Actually, maybe we'll save this one for Sunday too. That's a good one, but maybe we're getting a bit. Let's see. Liberal spending. Maybe save that for Sunday. Let's do some comedy. I have not actually watched this. I just kind of read a bit of what's on here, and I thought, it looks like it might be funny. German talks about how Japan was so good at rebranding after World War II. Let's take a look. This is the last tab of the night, by the way. So everything on this tab is the last stuff we'll see.
Japan was objectively a horrible country. If you think about the history, like they were invading all over Asia. You know, they were like, that's probably a little racist, I'm sorry. But they were like, invading everybody. And then after the war, they were like, never mind, we're going to be cute now. Pika pika. And we're like, we love them. But they're so confident in their ability of rebranding, they even have a sushi roll named the kamikaze roll, named after Japanese fighter jet pilots that crashed into civilian buildings. Like, that's confidence, right? Imagine we Germans, you go to a German restaurant, they have on the menu, they have a Blitzkrieg Bratwurst, yeah? With a side of Sieg-Heil Sauerkraut, yeah? And maybe for dessert, let's get some Final Solution soufflé, yeah? Be crazy. Japan was objectively a horrible country.
Well, they weren't flying the kamikaze planes, and they weren't jets, by the way, either. And they weren't flying them into buildings or flying them into warships. So, but anyway, not bad. Not bad. All right, let me get back to the chat for a minute here before we keep going. All right. Dame Pam, good to see you. Let's see. We still got a little ways to go. Let's see. It's going to go back a little bit here. Let's see. Elf Support says Mexican Cokes and Sprites are expensive now. $2.28 for 12 ounce off the dry shelf at the supermarket. $6.56 for a 4-pack. Do you buy them in Mexico, or where do you buy them? Let's see. Let's see. Elf Support says, the only candy I've noticed that hasn't changed in quality is Now and Later's, made in Mexico. I don't know that one. Let's see. You have to get British chocolate. If you want really good chocolate, you got to get British chocolate. That's still really good. More expensive, though. Let's see. All right, you guys are talking about candies. I'm going to skip down. Let's see. Juno Survivor says all those liberal clips are 90% women. Well, they run the left now, right? Because it's a very feminine ideology. Radio Streamer likes a good root beer. Hard to find now. Root beer is good. I do like root beer. I like ginger ale, actually. That's my favorite. Let's see. All right. You guys are still talking about soda. Spambot says, I've never seen that show before. What, The Sopranos or Star Trek The Next Generation? Or the combination of the two? Let's see. Chevrigo says, noodles. Love me some noodles. We all do. The noodles are why everybody comes back. Nevada says, I like those cookies with a layer of chocolate on the bottom. I don't know which ones those are, but it sounds good. Spambot says, I gave up on broadcast TV long before The Sopranos. Really? It was before The Sopranos? Because that's a long time ago. Sopranos were I think they came out in 97 or something like that. So kudos to you. Let's see. Shasta root beer is okay, Nevada says. I don't know nothing about the Shasta root beer. I don't know nothing. All right, let's go. What do we got going on? Yeah, we saved it. We saved the best for last. He's doing the meme for Halloween. JD Vance is doing the meme for Halloween. Beautiful. JD Vance, I'm a fan. I'm just a big fan of JD Vance. Big fan. He's doing the meme. Let's see. Here he is for Halloween. Let's take a look.
Halloween.
Best administration ever, I've got to say.
Happy Halloween, kids. And remember, say thank you. Happy.
Oh, it's too funny. Too funny. I guess we have to actually pull up the meme. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. Hold on. I'll get it 1 second. Okay. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. He's doing the meme. It is hilarious. Best VP ever. Oh. Vice President JD Vance recreates meme of himself for Halloween. I don't know what to say. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. How can you not like that? How can you not like that? Oh, the left is very confused by this, by the way. They don't realize that JD Vance supporters made the meme. I think stuff like this is actually kind of a bit of a test to see if you can handle it, by the way. But it is just funny. I don't even know why it's funny. It's just damn funny. All right, let's keep going. 4 hours. Rachel Bovard says, Anne is all of us. Do you remember Ann Coulter, I think, was the first to go on record saying that Trump would win the presidency against Hillary Clinton? I believe she said it during the primaries, so he wasn't even the candidate yet. Do you remember that? She said it on Bill Maher. Anyway, let's see what she's saying here.
Every day is like Christmas with Donald Trump, and like I say, it is coming even faster.
January 6, 2020 was Christmas.
When?
2020, the capital.
Wait, you're going back to that? Please stop.
Oh, was that
God,
Christmas?
Please stop. Anything, please stop. This is all we've heard about for 5 years. You can turn on TV, any station, except I guess Fox, any time of day. I'm so sick of hearing how we almost lost our democracy. Obviously, the American people are too. Let's, to quote liberals, move
Was
on.
it stolen? The election in 2020?
No, I said it wasn't at the time,
No.
but who cares? Please stop. It was taking over the dean's office. It wasn't an insurrection, and no one can hear about this anymore. He wouldn't have been elected in a landslide if you guys had shut up about that. But no, you had to keep saying we almost lost our democracy. And explain to me how we almost lost our democracy, because these not particularly masters of the universe take over, and what, Nancy Pelosi, the military, the vice president, everybody's going to say, oh, well, I guess we're going to have to let Trump be president now. Well, let's make him king. No, it was, a few jerks, mostly taken over the dean's office. And oh, please, God, stop talking about it.
President.
Yes, every day is Christmas.
She's good. She's very good. Yeah, astonishingly, the QAnon shaman didn't become the Speaker of the House. Amazing. Because that was a real threat there for a second. Real threat. Yeah, she pretty much nails it there. The sentiment, obviously. I mean, it's just a talking point for the establishment class, for the media class. That's all it is. It's over. By the way, an unarmed insurrection, it's not a thing. All right. We're going to save this one, actually. I think that Spambot sent me this one. I want to save that for the Monday stream. Let's see. Gizmo memes, Lib's nightmare, happy Halloween. Pretty much. The funny thing about this is that JD Vance literally went as the meme for Halloween this Halloween, which is, I mean, just so he deserves to be VP just for that. Just for that. I wonder if I should try and do another ad read. Why not? Let's see. Is there anything worth it for me to do? What about an oldie but a goodie? What about an oldie but a goodie? I know you guys like coffee. I know you guys love the coffee. Let's go there. All right, people, you still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. That's what I call exclusive. Are you good enough to have that? You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality Mushroom Coffee for clean energy. And folks, that's the best kind of energy and laser focus. No crash, no commies. All single origin, small batch, toxin free, and mold free. Thank God I hate mold. Plus, you're also getting, guess what? A gold spoon clip, because freedom isn't scooped with plastic, silly. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions, probably some kind of old commie hag. And a black 1775 tumbler, which is the best kind. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for only $99. Folks, that's under $100. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, blow up in the best way possible, wondering if it's actually worth it. And guess what? Spoiler alert, it sure is. Go to 1775coffee.com. That's 1775coffee.com. What is it? 1775coffee.com /studio. That's 1775coffee.com/studio. And grab your starter kit before they're all gone. And I think they're probably going fast, because guess what? Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something. Could it be anti-communism? Just like Rumble does. You know what to do. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That hit the spot. Almost nailed it perfectly. Had one little slip up there, but otherwise it was perfect. It was basically perfect. I think everybody agrees, right? Everybody agrees. Nevada gave it a 10 out of 10, probably for the commie hate. Radio Streamer says, need coffee, need commie hate. Got both, 10 out of 10. Almost the most you can get out of 10. Acceptable levels of commie hate. That good an ad read this far in, I had no choice but to recognize greatness. Radio Streamer is so wise, blows me away with his wisdom and his fairness and his objectivity. What a beautiful thing. Elf Sport says, I knew Trump had a real chance summer 2015 during the primaries. But, you know, it would to be like a talking, a personality like Ann Coulter, to get on Bill Maher and just have everybody laugh. They literally all burst out laughing when she said he's going to be the president. I mean, that took some guts, because I didn't think so. Honestly, Elf Support, I got to be honest, I did not think there was a chance in hell. Let's see. Rosie says 1776 out of 10. That's actually the most you can get out of 10. Not a lot of people know that, but that's the most. Thank you, Rosie. Nevada says it was the commie hate. I know. I give the people what they want. The people hate commies, so I give them that commie hate. Rosie says, yes, the commie hate. Trudeau Survivor says, I bet my uncle that Trump would win, and he gave me 3-1 odds. I took him for $60. All right. See, there you go. You had some skin in the game there. Nice. Let's see. What's going on here? Dudes posting their W's. Incredible. Leaving Doha for Dubai. Dude in front of me has 13 bags and a falcon. A falcon? Dude in front of me has 13 bags and a falcon. That's a falcon right there. Is it a real falcon? It's got the hood on its head there. I guess it is. I mean, I guess they just have different rules on planes going there to Dubai. But yeah, I guess that's a win. Let's see. Halloween in Australia. I don't know whether this is AI or not. The AI is getting so good. You guys tell me. This feels like AI to me. Hold on. Something about the way when it jumps backwards there at the end feels like AI. I don't know. Let's see. Chef Rico says, I swim in commie hate. 1775 is for me. All right. Judo Survivor says, all the shadows don't make sense. My feeling is that it's AI. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm feeling like that's AI. Look at this. It says just simply, what did she think was going to happen? Let's check this out. This is just like, what did she think?
Hey, come here.
Los. Laura! Terugvaren! Laura! Nee! Oh my god.
That's what you call a first-rate dingbat right there. What did you think was going to happen? What a dummy. Let's see. This is funny. All right. Eric Doherty. So here's them. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are furious after the White House posted this video of President Trump and Melania personally placing sombreros on their heads. Let's take a look. Best ever. I'm not going to play that music, but we don't need it, is the thing. Look at those adorable kids there. There's a couple of not so adorable kids right there. Let's see. That's sombrero for you. And sombrero for you. That's it. Get it back on his head. There we go. Just the memes and stuff from the Trump presidency. What a time to be alive. We got to save that one for Sunday. And this one, I do want to see this one, but I think we've just run out of time. We're 4 hours and 9 minutes, and we'll have to do this on the next one. So that's it, folks. That's the last one of the evening. The last big, beautiful one of the evening, and now we're done. Now it's all over. Anybody still watching over on YouTube, go to the new YouTube channel, Radio Baloney News. The one you're watching right now is the old Radio Baloney channel, only for live streams and Canadian news. The new Radio Baloney News it's got all the meme reviews and the stuff there with they're laughing at the woke reporters, and then the Biden's crazy and demented, and then there's trans indigenous for ICE. What? That's crazy. You can only see this content on the new channel, Radio Baloney News. Go there and subscribe, because you know that YouTube ain't going to help me out on this, right? Spare a brother a subscription, will you? All right. Let's see. All right, let's get to the chat, and then we're going to get the hell out of here. Rosie says, funny kangaroo. Those are the best kinds of kangaroos. Let's see. Dame Pam says, another witch down. Nevada says, that's exactly what I want to do to every commie I meet. Thank God you're not a kangaroo. Let's see. Trudeau's driver says, shortest dead hang ever. Yep, that was pretty dumb. Pretty dumb of her. Rosie says, Trump and Baloney. It's funny. The memes are just worth everything. Let's see. Spambuff Father says, I bet all the luggage was for his wives, probably, and the Falcon was for him to have some alone time in nature, probably. I think Spam's right. All right, well, that's it. That's it, everybody. That was a good stream. It was a long stream, 4 hours and 11 minutes. I want to thank everybody who watched the stream tonight, everybody who subscribed, everybody who liked the stream. Become a channel member. It's the best thing you can do for the channel. Gift a membership. That's a wonderful thing to do, too. But I want to thank everybody who was in the chat tonight, because without you guys, I'd be ranting into a cold and indifferent universe, and that would be depressing. But because you guys are here, it's not depressing. So I'm going to keep doing it. As long as you guys show up, I will keep coming back. Good night, everyone. Have a great weekend. And I will see you all on Sunday at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Have a great night, everyone.